Weren't you excited that? Weren't you excited that?
Listen, I'm a free spirit and I'm open to a lot of things.
Stop it.
But I don't know you like that, man.
That's not what I was saying. Although your wife and I got along very well, I will say.
We love you.
No, Nuno's right. When Rob and I
with the invite.
I just wanted the Budokan. Rob and I pulled into the lot where I parked, and they said, you have to leave by 11:30. I'm like, this is the greatest night of my life already. I have an out time. There's an out time, which was tremendous.
Who was the MVP of karaoke?
I'm going to be honest, Smalls. You are in the MVP race. You are absolutely phenomenal. Like
I'm a terrible singer.
Yeah, but your delivery, your swag took you all the way there. Like Lou was phenomenal. Lou was the best vocalist, bar none, in our group. But your swag brought us all the way there. And then the leopard print coat too. It was giving. It was giving the entire time.
I was dressed as Yukon Cornelius, and I was a hit. So
who's Yukon Cornelius?
From Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Oh, shout out to him.
Is it that I don't win MVP? Like you can't give Mahomes the MVP? I'm just curious.
Well,
that's why Canty's not giving the MVP. He's the best singer.
The video that was put out there with you singing, literally everyone else was doing the work in that video, Evan. So like, did you actually sing?
I'm now going to defend myself here.
These are good questions.
I was the first person to go.
Yeah.
And I started it out with Shy If I Ever Fall in Love.
Yes.
And he had a costume.
That was a great icebreaker.
And I had a costume.
Dr. Dreidel was in full effect.
I think I deserve a lot more credit than I've gotten so far, if I may say so myself.
No, nobody says you don't.
I wasn't mentioned for MVP.
That's a jar, by the way. Credit if you do say yourself.
That wasn't what I was trying to do.
But you did it. But it did happen. I don't know if you want to be quoting his lyrics today.
I didn't. I wasn't trying to.
But anyway, you were great. You were great. I'm just saying you weren't as good as Smalls or Lou.
Some have said hot. I showed somebody that picture this morning. They said hot.
Was it your wife?
No, she didn't actually say that. No, hot. I'm just saying. Dr. Dreidel, young Dreidel.
I also think Anita, our hairdresser, her partner, Edwin, also came in hot.
Yeah, he did a good job. He was excited
Edwin
about
did a really good job at karaoke.
We should not be surprised, though, because he's a fireman. A lot of downtime in the firehouse. I'm pretty sure they got their own ad-lib karaoke session.
Yeah, my favorite moment for me personally is when Edwin and I did Linkin Park in the end.
Oh, that was a good song. That was great. That was a good song.
Yeah. There's no chance Pat had more fun than Santa Claus. No shot.
More fun.
And the food was very good at the place before the first dinner.
I had a McRib the next morning, Evan. A McRib.
Ew.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards scoring courtside seats for your favorite team. Progressive cannot guarantee that you can score courtside seats. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, but courtside seats can be astronomical. Maybe if your team plays in a smaller market, you could swing it. Even still, it's unlikely. Maybe fourth row, which are still incredible seats that you'll enjoy greatly. Savings possible. Courtside, long shot. Switch and see if you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Progressive cannot guarantee that someone really tall will not sit in front of you at the game, rendering your excellent seats just okay.
At the Home Depot, we know you can't control everything, like when your guests arrive too early for Saturday college football. But you can control your grill. With the Traeger Timberline XL, you can watch the game, not the grill. Monitor your football feast from anywhere using the Traeger app. With the Timberline XL, you can bake, smoke, sear, fry, and saute. That's Desmond Howard-level versatility.
Huddle up. The food's done.
Defend your game time with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Save big money at Menards. We've always got water heaters in stock, ready to take home today. Get continuous hot water with Richmond tankless water heaters. They heat water only when you need it to save you money on your energy bills. Save energy, save space, and save big money on Richmond tankless water heaters on sale now through December 15th. View all of our great deals happening this week on Menards.com.
More seasons greetings to you all from Menards.
At Goodwill, they believe in creating opportunities and changing lives, and it's all thanks to you. When you shop and donate at Goodwill, your local nonprofit, you're not just finding great deals or clearing out your closet. You're funding vital programs and services that transform lives in our community. From job training to educational support, your generosity fuels Goodwill's mission. So thank you for making a difference and building a brighter future. Goodwill. Give hope, give local, give Goodwill.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
You entrusted a nursing home with the care of a loved one, and you believed they'd be kept safe. But now you've learned the nursing home has violated that trust. You've discovered bed sores, broken bones, and infections. Your loved one did not receive the care they deserved. If your family member has been the victim of nursing home neglect or abuse, call Onder Law at 844-BED-SORE. Onder Law, making a difference one case at a time.
Looking for last-minute gifts? Shane Company can help, even if you're still planning to propose. We have a wide selection of hand-picked diamonds and colorful gemstones in stock for dream engagement rings. Come discover fine jewelry gifts in every price range, curated by our in-house design team and crafted with care to our high-quality standards. At Shane Company, we'll protect your gifts with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com to find your store's extended hours and the perfect holiday gifts. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
There's nothing more important than the look and feel of your home. So now's the time to make your home your retreat. Replace your tired old windows and doors with Marvin replacement products designed to improve comfort and efficiency. Fisher Window and Door Store, a reputable local company, will guide you through the entire replacement process. Their experts will help you make the right choice for your home, and they'll measure, design, and install your new windows and doors.
Hi, I'm Jim Fisher. Since 1941, the Fisher family has provided you with quality American-made building products, including Marvin Windows and Doors. Come visit one of our showrooms in Brentwood or East Alton, and let us help you increase the value of your home.
Bring that distinct sense of quality to every room with Marvin. Visit Fisher Window and Doors' huge, newly remodeled showroom in Brentwood, or Fisher Lumber in East Alton, Illinois. Quality and comfort starts at Fisher Window and Door. Online at fisherwindow.com.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome to the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt, and a very happy Jackson Burkett who walked in carrying a Missouri basketball today, Doug.
Oh, he did.
This guy's loaded for bear. He is shoving it in the YouTube cameras right now of all the Jayhawk fans, of all the ILL fans. He's spinning the basketball. Like Meadowlark.
Goodness.
Well, what?
You're a magician with
You got
that
mad
rock.
skills?
That's right. Just like the Tigers.
How big is Jackson's Libby boner this morning? That's from Doug's prison wallet.
Now, did you go to the game or just watch on TV?
Fight Tiger.
Watched on television.
Oh, did you?
Who were you with?
Me, myself, and I.
Your win expectation going into it? 5%?
10 to 15.
Well, higher than I would have thought.
Home game, Kansas coming off a loss. You never know.
How tight was your sphincter when it looked like they might blow it?
Well,
Jeez.
you had to think that a comeback was coming. It's a game of runs. And when you
Up by
have
24, though.
Yeah, but when you have 15 first-half turnovers, and then you cut that down considerably, not only is Missouri not capitalizing off turnovers, but Kansas is likely scoring because they're not turning the ball over. So, that was inevitable. I didn't think it was going to get as close to 2 points.
Yeah.
But, listen, they don't ask how, they ask how many. And that was
Think about that, Doug.
1-0 mentality.
Wow, you're not only where the news is, you're where the wins are?
That's right.
Is that right?
That's right. Actually, I wasn't. I was in St. Louis. But it was... It was great. It was so much fun.
So when they won, did you storm the lobby of your apartment building?
What did you do? How'd you handle this?
Storm the kitchen?
I
had people texting me asking about you.
That's
As
nice.
if I'm in communication.
That's nice. I have this little patio area at my apartment, little outside area, and I went out there.
We get it. You got a patio. We get it.
It's very
Doug's
nice.
ensuite.
It's 8 by 8 feet. I didn't want to brag or anything, but it is nice.
Carpeted?
And carpeted outside.
Well, if it has a cover over it.
No, not that blessed.
Okay.
I went out there and I yelled. I screamed.
Did you?
Did you really?
Yeah, oh yeah.
What'd you
like
scream?
that.
LFG.
Wow.
You screamed, let's...
Yeah.
You screamed it out loud in the
Correct.
neighborhood of, this is not Soulard anymore, it's...
Never was, but...
Oh, I thought you lived in Soulard.
I lived on the hill. Yeah,
but
yeah.
that's
Way
not
to
where
know
you
your
are now.
coworkers. Way to know your friends.
Brentwood.
Oh, so Brentwood
Did anybody call the police
No.
for your vile behavior?
You screamed, let's effing go?
Yeah. Well, listen, folks, this is Brentwood. I'm sure I was not the only person fired up in that area. There's a lot of early to mid-20s people from Mizzou in that area. And so, I think people knew what was going on.
I'll be darned.
LFG, you live in Brentwood Forest?
In that area.
Oh, all right.
Okay. LFG has become commonplace on the Mizzou sideline during the Oklahoma game. Players have signs that say LFG, and it does include a swear word, and I'm highly offended by that.
Me too. Yeah.
Why couldn't you just yell in your apartment? That's from Blues goaltender Danny Padre.
Because I really needed to yell. And like indoor yelling feels wrong. You know, we use our inside voices.
Yeah. Any of the neighbors look out at you and say, what's wrong?
No. Listen, it's just people know what was going on.
What is this your favorite sports moment since? Give me emotionally, like they won against a Utah State club in the 2023
tournament.
NCAA tournament.
Beating Tennessee in the SEC tournament for the second time that year. I really dislike Tennessee. I really, really dislike Tennessee basketball. And
why? It's because the orange, the obnoxious orange?
No, and actually, I love Rick Barnes. Like, I think he's one of the best coaches in college basketball.
Oh, is he?
But they had this one guy on Tennessee who was just a menace and throwing guys around. I really hated him, and I just don't like Tennessee.
Was that the Admiral? Remember they had a guy named
Admiral Schofield. Yeah, he could play.
This dude's such a nerd. That's from the Loopster.
It's fine.
That's what being
Jackson, they're going to come at. They're going to try to bring.
They can't take you down.
They're going to try to take you down today. I was texting with a mutual friend of ours, Digger, not Digger Phelps, but a gentleman that Jackson and I.
I would have been surprised if it was Digger Phelps. What happened to him?
Don't let me down, Jimmy Cruz. Don't let me down. And I said the 101 listeners will try to take Jackson down from his happy place in the opening segment. I said within 10 minutes they're going to come at you to try to bring you down. And I don't know if there's anything that they can say to bring you down.
Kanye said it best, I believe, in 08. Can't tell me nothing.
Think about
Can't
that, Doug.
Tell me nothing.
Was that 08, Doug?
07 or 08.
I don't know the years.
That was graduation.
Right around the Goldman Sachs issues, I think, and that's why he was talking.
And what does that mean?
That was your reference point. That was your memory of it.
That's one of the dorkiest responses I've ever heard to someone's team winning. That's from Beer Cats, and he won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. Was that January 2023? We were in Jamaica.
I don't know the years,
And he has Hot Wife Autumn, right?
Yes. That much I know.
Jackson, don't let it take you down. It can't
tell me nothing.
When you're a fan, you get to do weird, fun stuff. You get to Eli Drinkwitz rush the court with his daughters.
How about that?
Absolutely. You can't tell me nothing. That was like the most exciting.
Check out Yeezy.
It was the first time since '97, the year before I was born, that Missouri has taken down a #1 team. I'm going to enjoy myself. I don't care what Beer Cats thinks. When I was enjoying my game, I wasn't saying, "Oh no, what is Beer Cats going to think about how I reacted to this win?"
Yeah. What about Hot Wife Autumn?
I don't care about her either.
Oh gosh, what's wrong with you?
I don't care about what anyone thinks of how I celebrated. I've watched enough Mizzou basketball crap in my entire life. I'm going to celebrate when they take down Kansas when they're #1.
Picked to finish 13th in the SEC. Have you changed? Not that you were picking them, but that was the media prediction.
SEC is a gauntlet.
Is this a tournament team?
SEC is a gauntlet.
Is this a tournament team potentially?
You beat Illinois on an unfortunate Sunday bragging rights game.
Is that at noon also?
A noon start bragging rights
now
game.
that might have just brought him down.
That's
the bragging rights game schedule.
So he can tell you something.
Yeah, how about that?
That's just lame. That's just lame. I think it's lame. But with that, you win that game. You got two.
Oh, we're doing a show the next day. Oh, you better hope they win.
I know it.
The 618 wants a piece of your ass.
Oh, I know it. You have two great non-conference wins that will help you because the SEC is an absolute gauntlet. Like, there's a good chance.
Talking about 11 teams possibly being in this tournament for the first time since the Big East, two down is unweathered.
There might be a situation, like a point in the season, where the top 10 features like 6 SEC teams. Like, it is going to be. Fran Fraschilla was hot on that yesterday, talking about how good the SEC is this year.
He was mad at Dennis Gates, right?
Late in the game. Calling the timeout.
I don't think he knew what was going on for Fraschilla. Do you think?
No, he specifically said he told Bill Self, Dennis Gates, Bill Self. He told Bill Gates to go ahead and let his team leave because he knew it was coming. And then Fran Fraschilla says, coach your own team. You don't want to be coaching two teams out there. If I'm Bill Self, I stand there because I'm going to remember it for when Missouri comes to Fog Allen next year. So I didn't think that Dennis Gates was out of line there.
No, I thought he was actually trying to be cool.
Right, I agree.
Bill Gates. Bill Self also thought
Bill's whole Dennis Gates.
Bill Self really appreciated it.
He said that in his post.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a great soundbite.
You know, we've been court stormed on a lot. Usually I'm the one that calls the timeout and just tells the guy to stay on the sidelines, but that was a classy move by Dennis. I mean, let's just call it like it is. That was a class move, and because somebody could have got hurt, because that was a real court storming. Mizzou played great today, but that court storming may have been even better than Mizzou played. That was a big time court storm, and I was glad he did that because that gave us a chance to get to the side. That was a class move.
It's a great soundbite.
It is a great sound. Yeah, that's what I thought, too. So when Fran Fraschilla went after it, I'm like, really? Is that considered crappy to do? I thought that was a good thing to do.
Yeah.
So good to hear Bill Self thought it the same way.
I misunderstood Fran. That I thought he was confused about what was going on. And I'm like, Gates and Self were on the same page, clearly.
Yes.
It actually makes sense.
But couldn't agree more.
Say, we'll just dribble it out. You guys want to head to the locker room, get on the bus.
Yeah, I think it was a good. Dennis Gates also alluded to something like, if I'm going to be a Hall of Fame coach, coaching the #1 team in the country, I'd want that respect as well, And so I hope if I ever get into that situation, I'm paid the same respect.
How about Gates? Do we have the audio where he said he was going to grab the mic? Did you hear about this?
Yes, I am aware of this. The Missouri PA announcer used to do a show when we were at Martin. We've been at a number of low-powered AM radio stations, and it's tough to track them all. But I believe Randy Molman, the Mole Hole. Remember the Mole Hole?
I know he does football. Does he do basketball?
I don't know if he does
also?
basketball as well. Somebody can confirm that for us.
I think he does basketball, but not football. Which is it? It's one of the two.
Molman does football. I know that.
Maybe it's a different person who does basketball. Either way, the PA announcer said, please don't, storm the court. Here's Dennis Gates.
I got upset at the table for making an announcement to tell our fans not to rush the court. You got to be kidding me. I was about to, in game, take the mic and say, rush the damn court. For real. And I just think they deserve that moment, but I didn't want it at the cost of a player getting hurt, getting ran over, getting trampled, because it's a tight squeeze in that area for the players to leave. And it's all about respect, man. And, some people look at it a certain way. I just look at it, that's how I want to be treated.
God bless. I got no problem with any of this stuff.
Great soundbite and a great media chuckle there. That was strong.
Perfect.
That was strong.
You crack a joke as a coach, you're going to get laughter.
The damn court.
Outstanding. I give it a 10 on a media chuckle. But he's right. Have a little fun. It's not often Mizzou does that. I love that answer. I would have been better if he actually did grab the mic and scold the PA guy. But would he have needed the mic from the PA guy to, in a sense, scold the PA guy? We'll get Guy Phillips on to talk about PA etiquette.
Settle down, movie boy, because guess what? KU wasn't a true #1 since they lost earlier in the week to another unranked team. And don't get me started on that Timothy Chalamet crap. That's from Mr. Licks. Timothy Chalamet was the guest picker on College Game Day, but what did he have to do with Missouri, Kansas? That's Mr. Licks texting in.
Nothing. People hate to see greatness. People hate to see people enjoy themselves and be happy. They'd much rather them stoop to their own level of sadness and distaste for general enthusiasm, and I'll have no part of it today.
Well, you won't.
I'll have no part of it today.
This guy is standing firm on his mountaintop today. He carried in a Missouri black and gold or yellow basketball, and he cannot be dethroned. No. And he's holding on. He's palming the ball.
Look at palm action.
He's palming the ball,
Mr.
deflated.
It's a little deflated.
It's backyard.
It's an outdoor
concrete
ball.
Type.
It's an outdoor ball.
Mr. Licks' nemesis is the Warson Woods Wacko, and he writes in, I'm incredibly invested in Mizzou with a kid there and my football tickets / NIL donation, and I wanted nothing more than Kansas to come back and win, only to see how basketball boy would take his own life. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Gosh.
He was cheering for Kansas to see you deflated.
That is extremely unhealthy.
Was there coaching malpractice because 12 players were used in the execution of that game?
Nope.
You're
there
okay
was
with
not.
that?
Since the second half of that Cal game and through the Kansas game, no coaching malpractice went down. He played all 5 of his starters 30-plus minutes, and look what happened. When you play your best players, you have a lot better outcomes.
It did strike me as a little different strategy than what we have normally seen with
100%.
Maybe he found out who those best players were by playing everybody.
I think it's a little bit of column A and column B, but they also beat the #1 team in the country without their leading scorer. Caleb Grill's still in the neck brace, So what's the team going to look like with him back on the floor?
Would you agree that Kansas did not necessarily look like a number one ranked team.
But rarely does a team look like a number one ranked team in December. You know, like these things change over the course of a season. UConn was number one. They lost 3 in a row. Like these things happen early in the season, especially with NIL and transfer portal as robust as they are.
They just didn't look very good at all in that first half.
15 first half turnovers
very
is
mediocre
weak.
at best team.
Yeah, and a lot of them were just bad.
Sweet Kai is Jackson's buddy. He is sideways with the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, and he says, yeah, I wanted KU to come back too. I threw the rent money on KU plus 450 when they were down 18. That's Sweet Kai. And didn't he go to the University of Missouri, and he's your boy?
He did.
Are you disappointed in Sweet Kai, who lives off of his fiance as a member of the grounds crew at a golf course in Martha's Vineyard?
Yes. Well, in Cape Cod for sure. It's kind of a shrewd move. I don't hate the play. Plus 450. That's, I mean, for Kansas.
Down 18.
Yeah. You knew a run was coming.
Not that I didn't expect the 2 points to come back into play.
That was
How would you have handled it had they lost that game? Be honest with me. I mean, you're outside in Brentwood screaming, let's effing go. What would have happened otherwise? And you know this audience would have been waiting for you like nobody's business at 7 a.m. to celebrate in what they love more than anything else. Sweet Schadenfreude.
Oh, I would have been a bad way. I would have been the really bad way.
You couldn't have picked yourself up by the bootstraps.
Of course I could have, baby, but I wouldn't have.
Why'd you get to call me baby? Is this the Rat Pack? Here's Joey Bishop.
Of course I would have pulled myself up by the bootstraps, but it would have been begrudgingly.
Would you have yelled outside if they had lost?
No, but I was like at one point like
screaming.
Like I was like, I'm going to throw up.
Oh, no.
Doug,
Come on.
Did you ever get close to vomiting yesterday?
Hell no. A regular season basketball game makes you throw up if you lose?
This is not just a regular season basketball game. This is against Kansas at home. The last couple of years, they've been embarrassed, absolutely embarrassed. It's been 12 years since they have a victory over Kansas. Yeah. First time in my lifetime they beat an AP number one. This was like everything. This is what you wait for. This is what you get excited for every single year, is the opportunity to take down Kansas. And if they would have had it like they had a 24-point lead and let them come all the way back and win, yes, I would have been absolutely deflated.
Oh,
but they didn't. They won. What?
Is it bigger than the bowl bid to the Music City Bowl?
But tied for first.
Okay, but
yeah, it's tough to overshadow the game against Iowa.
Didn't even have a press conference. Drinks at the game. My guy Daniel Esteve's down there covering the game, and I said, "Are they going to make Drinkwitz available?" Because it's already announced they were going to the Music City Bowl. He said, "Nothing doing." I'm like. I texted KMIZ, the sports folks there. I said, anybody talking about this bowl? I got a 20-minute show. Is there any talk about this bowl bit? Nope, nobody available today. I'm like,
no one cares.
I like that. I think we've come to a healthy place with regard to the worthlessness of the bowls. That's a wonderful place.
But they won't admit that. When they do talk, it'll be a great opportunity. There was a statement put out about it, but.
What would the statement say?
How excited they are to play in the Music City Bowl.
I understand. They got to say that.
Except nobody's actually talking about it. This is the COVID game. 4 years later.
That's right. They didn't get to play him in 2020. Tell me you're a virgin without telling me you're a virgin. And walks in carrying a basketball. What the hell? I'm giving an extra spanking to Hot Wife Autumn this weekend to make up for you being such a beta simp. That's from Beer Cat.
Pretty sure I already addressed my... I don't care about what Beer Cats thinks.
Yeah.
And that just is representative of most of the listening audience. I don't care what any of you think. I watched my favorite team in the world take down the number one team, the arch rival, yesterday in Columbia. So I don't care. What?
Y'all can't tell me nothing. Y'all can't tell me nothing.
Can't tell me nothing.
Did it help you get over the Blues loss with Mizzou winning?
Blues loss?
Saturday night, buddy.
Oh.
Edmonton. First regulation loss for the coach.
That one. They had a nice little comeback, though, to make it 3-2.
Yeah.
You know what happened? They got that 3-2 goal. What did they do? They gave it right back. It's a thing. A minute 9 later.
You are onto this.
It's unbelievable. Every time they score, wait for it, the other team scores.
Yeah, within 90
minute later. It's unbelievable.
Sweet Kai, don't worry. Your girl will cover the rent. You just will have to take her brand new double-tipped strap. That's from the Warson with Wacko. He's also at war with the good friend of Jackson's who lost money on Kansas yesterday. Sweet Kai. Illinois is still going to beat Mizzou by 20. That's from Fish the People. He's in the 618.
And I was told by my friends from Kansas that KU would blow the doors off Mizzou, and look what happened.
Can't tell me nothing.
Listen, you can say everything. You can look at this analytic. When they tip the ball up and there's 40 minutes on the clock and 0-0, anything can happen.
I just like the fact that they're playing them again. Win, lose, or whatever. I just like the fact that they've got the guts now to schedule them and play them.
Well, you're acting like it was like Kansas was always looking for this game and Mizzou was scared of it. I don't know if that's the case at all.
No, that both teams finally got together because Bill Self wanted nothing to do with Missouri there for a while.
And I understood his initial point when they left the conference. Hey, you want to play us? Stay in the Big 12. You leave? Too bad. And
that's weak.
That was the initial point, but I think it will wear thin after a while. All right, let's start playing. It's too much fun for your fans. It means too much to your schools. You need to play that game.
Sure, agreed.
Paul Ellen says Jackson's adorable, so there's some support.
Thank you.
Okay. About that, Martin. In your alliance, Jackson's adorable.
Cousin John, big in the alliance, did express some concerns on Friday.
Uh-oh, what happened?
He said, I hate to say it, but I think Jackson needs to play more drops. And he said, I kind of agree with the people that text all the time.
Oh, that is
He said, I love
you
the drops.
activated the hornet's nest.
He said, Cousin John said, I love the drops. And he said, what is it? Is he really tethered where he can't turn? And I said, I'm watching him. It is kind of like Paul Schaefer, keyboard here, keyboard there.
Is that the issue? Like, so if the microphone were where the desktop monitor is, you'd be able to, because he was Stedman-esque when we were down the hall next to the piss on HD2.
Cousin John asked, he goes, can you move the drops closer to the mic so that he doesn't
for heaven's sakes.
We had a long discussion Friday afternoon about the drops.
Great. I hope this was over booze.
I was walking the dog.
In the old studio, the computer would be right next to the board. It is now like a couple feet over.
Let's get it
that's an engineering question.
I move the brakes, you move the computer. Let's do it.
You need a headset with a mic on it so you can.
That would be cool. Like a Britney mic?
Yeah.
I think that would just be great in general.
I actually think that might be good for you because you're kind of nimble. You're moving around.
I am nimble. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
I've always said that about, like, even detractors would say, at least he's nimble.
Even detractors. Can't hit a shot to save his life, but boy, he's nimble.
Thank you.
Hey, Kai, ball gag and lube up. We got work to do. A lot of Johns in the vineyard. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. And Martin, just so you can follow the chain of command here, recovering alcoholic is sideways with Jackson's buddy, Sweet Kai.
And I saw the recovering alcoholic on Saturday.
I saw the picture you texted us.
He was at our buddy Matt Offenberg, had a little Christmas get-together, and I saw the recovering alcoholic. We took a picture, and I said, Sweet Kai is not safe tonight. My wife said, I'm sorry, what? I said, it's really a long story we probably shouldn't get into.
And your wife wanted to know if the wives and girlfriends come to the TMA Christmas party this Thursday night, Doug. Hot Shots on Lindbergh. Brand new from 7 to 9 p.m. where Doug will be dressed up as Santa Claus and giving out tickets to, Post Malone, K-Dot and SZA, blues games, all kinds of shows every 10 minutes. My wife is going to be there. You were shocked to hear that.
I didn't know that. I was totally serious when I told my wife, I doubt any of and whatever you guys have, wives, girlfriends, boyfriends, none of my business.
Both of them.
I said, I assume they will not be attending. I don't know I'm new here. I don't know the whole backstory, but I just sort of assumed it could get a little weird with some of these folks.
I wouldn't bring your guma.
Leave the
I like a little like hardcore.
You do, like a dirty.
How about that, Cousin John?
Yeah,
Jackson has issued his response.
That's for you, Cousin John.
So now I've got to alter the plans, I guess. I was just going to leave
Is Kim going to be in attendance?
I think she might. I was thinking about leaving the car running.
What about your mole? I still haven't met your girlfriend.
I don't think she'll be in attendance.
Whoa, it's a big week. LFG.
There are a number of people who text in, Martin, that Jackson's girlfriend is actually a Frank Haith blow-up doll.
Like a Joaquin Phoenix her situation.
Right.
Like my phone.
I believe she exists.
She does.
I haven't met her.
She does. We were close to a meeting.
That's right.
This summer, but illness hit us all.
What about Thursday night? We got time to work this out.
We'll see. Game time decision.
Martin, short that market.
GTV.
Is she from Niagara Falls?
No. Nope. She's not from the Niagara Falls. I don't understand that reference. So
Anthony Michael Hall.
Anthony Michael Hall and
Breakfast Club. Yeah, he had a pretend girlfriend, and she was from Niagara Falls.
Oh, gotcha. Good reference.
Have you seen that, good or bad?
Yeah, John Hughes, baby.
I thought you were there with me on the cinema.
I usually, John, Breakfast Club.
GoodOrBad.com.
I'm into Ferris Bueller's Day Off. That's my John Hughes movie, of all time.
What about Uncle Buck?
I like Uncle Buck. I love John
What
Candy.
about P's, T's, and A's?
That's the ultimate Thanksgiving movie. I watched it on Thanksgiving. Loved every second of it.
Did you yell out at the end, LFG, outside when the movie
Candy grabbed his hat?
It sure takes a while for them to get to St. Louis to Chicago, just being honest. It's a long car drive they take from St. Louis to Chicago.
These trains and automobiles taking shrapnel today.
I think they stopped in Staunton. There's the pig hip along the way. Route 66.
Where did Jackson go? What happened?
He disappeared.
I looked over and he was gone.
I had a notification pop up. It was prudent to the program. It wasn't just like, like Dennis.
Well, we've got a busy show. What's on the show today?
Yeah,
what isn't on the show?
Tom Hart, who was on the call of the Missouri-Kansas game, is going to be on the program about 25 minutes. Plus, I'm looking forward to getting his thoughts on the college football playoff. Chris Kerber, every day here on the program. We have a blues guest at 8:15. That's part of the blues deal with 101 ESPN as the station that carries the blues games. And then at 9 o'clock, presented to you by the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmand, presented by James Carlton, is going to be with us. Colonel was in a really good place yesterday, too. Was
he at the game?
He was. And, I mean, we had him on Friday, and we're like, oh, yeah, by the way, Missouri's playing Kansas. It was like a throwaway thing. And then it became this huge surprise. And meanwhile, Missouri football would be buried now because, the Music City Bowl, Iowa.
Yeah, it doesn't do it.
Hey, one of Alabama's big wins. Everyone said, well, they beat Mizzou. Even on the way in the ESPN show, they're talking about Alabama. Like, well, they beat Mizzou. I'm like, is that really a talking point? I had no idea.
They shut down Drew Pine. Hey, Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app here. They are online at schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFERDOOR.com. That's Jason Gosrow and his staff, longtime sponsor of TMA. They set up a number for TMA listeners to call or text. That number is 636-782-3608. It's going to give you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs and have Monday morning standby service. If your garage door spring broke over the weekend, just go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. They service commercial doors as well, so if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's Schaefer Door. Online, it's schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door, a Clopay Master Authorized Dealer. Tom Hart is coming up at 7:45.
Love Tom Hart.
Friend of the show.
He is a friend of the show.
He was on the call of Missouri and Kansas yesterday, plus all over college football. So he's coming up. That's coming up here in the 7 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton Toyota. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Tonight, it's Monday Night Football. Cowboys and Bengals. Pregame at 6:30, kickoff 7:15. Your destination for the NFL in St. Louis is 101 ESPN.
Move-in ready homes up to $50,000 in savings. Visit trhughes.com.
Kevin Moret for Mentality Health. Guys, do you know that the average free testosterone level we see in men is just a third of what it should be? Try doing your day with only a third of the energy, strength, and drive that you need with a third of the hormone that drives it. Drained energy, lack of motivation, you won't recognize yourself. We can fix that. Our doctors work closely with you to restore back 100% free testosterone. Nothing will change until you do. Book your $55 blood test today to find out how you stack up at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Still rushing to finish your holiday shopping? Don't worry, we've got you covered. This weekend only, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Earrings, bracelets, pendants, and more. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. But don't wait, this is your final opportunity to find the perfect gift at the best value before the holidays. Plus special designer appearances. Visit us during extended holiday hours or shop online and pick up in store. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com.
Booch! Pavel Buchnevich is the jersey giveaway this week. And if you want to have a shot to score an autographed jersey, get entered to win that signed Buchnevich jersey now at 101ESPN.com or check it out on your 101 mobile app. The winner must be 21 and older. And my jersey giveaway is refreshed by Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Broadcasting live from the Car Shield Studio, this is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Oh, Doug. How'd you explain it to your kids when they were screaming FKU yesterday?
None of them did. None of them were watching, I don't imagine.
I bet John Vaughn was. I bet Greg Vaughn was. I bet Nick Vaughn was.
Greg Vaughn was watching. You're right. He
the
texted
former
me
brewer, the slugger.
Yeah. Yeah, I got called Greg so many times
coffee
in
with
my
the Cardinals.
Yeah, so many people call me Greg, mistaking Doug for Greg, that I named one of my kids Greg.
That's why?
Yeah, it was the principal reason. So now when they say, hi, Greg, you must mean my son. And yeah, okay. They don't feel so awkward.
Cousin John would like to clarify.
This is errors and omissions and clarifications on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Hey, come on in the YouTube chat. Very hot today.
He said I said all you need to do is free him up so he can make more drops. It's not a criticism of him. Hashtag free Jackson.
Wow, he's coming
I guess I misrepresented.
Right. I feel great either way. And I'm happy to have Cousin John in the Alliance.
Y'all can't tell me nothing. Y'all can't tell me nothing. That's the theme of today's presentation. Doug, we've talked about Missouri beating Kansas. We glanced at the bowl matchup with Iowa. That might be the most we talk about it. And then, of course, Illinois actually has a game that I'll be intrigued to watch because they get to play a team that I think could have made a run in the South Carolina Gamecocks. So that is that's the jewel of the non-CFP SEC. And so the Citrus Bowl picked South Carolina over Alabama, probably knowing that South Carolina is going to actually try to play in it versus Alabama. With all of that said, what is the next story on the dossier that you'd like to go with? I mean, Juan Soto signed overnight. Does that now expedite things with the Cardinals and the Yankees since he's going to the Mets and he got $750 million to do it?
None deferred.
Playoff.
I guess it's Soto, just because it's more recent.
Overnight, late at night.
People have kind of kicked around the playoff for a day or so now.
Juan Soto is going to the New York Mets, and he is getting $765 million over 15 years. No deferred money. Very un-Dodgers of them. The Mets just saying, here you go, enjoy.
I read where that's more than the Cardinals spent to build the stadium. They didn't spend that much to build Busch Stadium 3. It's just nuts, isn't it? It's kind of grotesque at this point.
And if he doesn't opt out, it goes up. They said it could top $800 million. Imagine opting out. You're making $51 million a year. Like, I think I'll play the market.
Remember when he was offered $450 million and turned it down? To his credit,
turned out to be a wise move.
Made himself another $300 million by doing so.
How many people in the history of the world do you think have turned down a $450 million contract? Probably not. Maybe a handful of billionaires.
That's walked away from a big transaction.
No thanks. It's not enough.
He also gets $75 million up front. Can you imagine that check?
Nice.
Even after all the money they take out, like here, just I remember Mike Jones told that story when he signed with the Rams. He got a check. He had to go to Rams Park, and they handed him a check for like $500,000. It was part of a bonus or something. Just hand him a check for $500,000.
We finna be rich.
What do you do with that?
There it is, Cousin John. There it is.
You just run right to the bank, straight to the bank?
You give that to me, and I'll deposit it. You just hand that over to me. I'll take care of that.
And how does the teller handle that?
And get money.
And then at the bottom, like cash back, I'll take $300 back. At the very bottom.
Small bills.
That's Steve Cohen. If you're a Mets fan, I know spending money doesn't equal championships, but it's kind of fun if you're a fan and your owner just doesn't give a rip and he's just got money and wants to spend it.
Since the Yankees offered him almost as much and he still picked the Mets.
I'd like to be the Yankees. Yeah, were they like 700 some odd million themselves?
Yeah.
So this will be Soto's fourth team in his young career: Nationals, Padres, Yankees, Mets.
That's correct. Yeah. And he's already got himself a world championship and a pennant this past year with the Yankees. Now he will have an opportunity to become a hero in Queens, where he becomes vilified in the Bronx for spurning the Yankees. Steve Cohen, Doug, is worth $20 billion. $20 billion.
Sure he is.
And his mission is to bring the Mets their first world championship since 1986.
And as rich as he is, he's probably already made up the money that he's going to spend on Soto at this point. Interest and stocks and everything. It's just I feel like it's getting away from baseball in general. That it's just going to be 4 or 5 teams that have any shot, and everyone else just kind of watches.
Where's that Ed Herman?
It's coming in tomorrow.
Is he here tomorrow, or is it Crouppen?
I don't know who will be in.
Okay.
Jackson, do you know who's coming in? Maybe Martin?
I believe it's Andy's week, but sometimes they, things pop up where they switch around. But I believe tomorrow is Andy.
Because the whole debate we had was not an argument, but the debate was that in baseball, there's a handful of teams who can throw around just ridiculous money. And in the NFL, you can do it if you're the Kansas City Chiefs or the Green Bay Packers. But it's a ton of money. If you're a fan of that team, it's great. I think it's just a dwindling market for teams that can really spend almost $1 billion on one player. I want to know what the Dodgers offer was. I saw John Heyman say that they had a meeting and they told Soto the lineup would be Ohtani, Soto, Betts, and Freeman. I kind of wanted him to go to the Dodgers just for the ludicrous nature of they've signed everybody and just billions and billions of dollars. Mets Dodgers, there's your NLCS. It'll be on Fox. We'll be on late next October. Write it down.
It's just not going to be as appealing, is it? To have a lot of teams 20 games out of first place by the 1st of July. It just doesn't make any sense for me that that's the way baseball wants to go.
Good morning.
I don't know who has the control to stop it. I suppose right now, no one.
Maybe in season, if we had an MLB Cup, that would help. Or Doug's Golden Hoosier idea. We need something.
Yeah,
we really need something.
Release the Hoosier is something that could bring people back to the ballpark.
I think
at this point, honestly, I think it's their best move.
Guys, baseball is turning into the Power 5, and then the rest of us are going to be the Tampa Bay Rays. That is from the 636, from the 573. Marty, what was DeWitt's offer? Do you have information on that offer?
I do not. I think it involved being out there for the first ceremonial releasing of the Hoosier. That was part of the perks.
He gets to chase the first Hoosier.
Part of the perks.
I would love to know how much is insured if he gets hit by a bus tomorrow. That's from the 314.
Does that really matter?
Jackson, do you have that information?
Do we really care about that?
Well, usually these contracts are built in, like if you get injured during baseball activities, then obviously your money's going to be still paid. But if you go skiing in the off season and break your leg, that might void some sort of contract. I don't know about a bus hitting, how that works, but that's usually how these contracts work.
What are the worst sports injuries? Moises Alou fell off a treadmill.
Didn't someone slice their belly when they were opening up something? Someone with like a box knife?
Locally, Mike Matheny's hunting knife is
During
one
the
that lives
playoffs, he did
forever,
that,
and that was, and he was supposed to catch Rick Ankiel, and so he still blames himself for what happened with Ankiel.
There was, Jason Pierre-Paul blew half of his hand off
the
with the fireworks.
Yeah.
Guys have broken their hands punching the wall, which I would really, there needs to be if Sean McVay as a get-back coach, there needs to be some sort of coach that stops players from punching walls or punching hard inanimate objects. I did that in college. Oh, your mic
was not on. His mic was not on.
Sorry.
I broke my hand in college punching the dugout wall.
Why did you do that?
I was in a bad slump, and I hit one to the track, Doug, and I thought I had gotten all of it, thought the slump was busted, and it was caught, and got back into the dugout and just went 1-2 combination on the brick wall, and just like that, out for a long time.
What'd you break exactly?
Boxer's fracture on the throwing hand here on the outside.
Oh, God. So you were out, 8 weeks or so?
I don't remember how long. I know I tried to catch the next inning, and I couldn't even throw the ball back to the pitcher, so we had to jump ship on that.
Because I was so amped on chugging with my boys.
Did someone yell weight room when you hit it to the track and it didn't quite get there, and that really set you over the edge?
No, I was Banty back then, and I think the guys on the Gorlock squad knew not to poke the bear.
Oh, is that right? You were known as being a feisty, scrappy player?
Yeah.
Like Big Poppy breaking the Gatorade or the phone.
Did you feel like Arenado? Thought they should move the walls in a little bit, maybe?
It was out of GCS ballpark. I don't know that they could have brought him in much more.
Beer Cat says Gus Frerotte headbutting the wall.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that was one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
And then he came back
and staggered back like he'd been punched by Tyson.
And then he came back through town. Well, first of all, he was coaching at John Burroughs for a while. He was living here, and then he years later came back through and he was marketing a helmet. So we had him in studio, and I said, it is kind of ironic that you're promoting this helmet right after the headbutting. And he answered it, and then we were done. He said, really? That's what you bring up? I said, I don't know. I mean, you're selling a helmet. You're famous for using your helmet to hit a wall. I feel like if I didn't ask, I go, we can edit it out if you're really, because whatever. But he was really disappointed, I think, in me.
Really?
And he was a great guy. He was fun to talk to. He was a Linehan disciple, Gus Frerotte.
Jose Quintana, you remember him as a Cardinal, had surgery to repair nerve damage in his pitching thumb after cutting himself washing dishes.
Wow, I remember that.
I don't remember that one at all either.
The Nationals pitcher broke his nose while lifting with a barbell.
He lifted it with his nose?
It hit him in the face.
Kurt, did you ever lift a barbell with your nose?
I imagine there's probably a lot of weightlifting injuries that we don't hear much about.
Joe Kelly hurt his back during a marathon 5-hour crawfish boil during the spring of 2019.
Who was Prod Joe's guy that had the tanning bed incident?
I don't recall this.
Larry Bigby?
Larry Bigby was friends with producer Joe
I thought he fell
in St. Louis.
I thought he fell asleep in a tanning bed.
Really?
Oh, God.
Producer Joe, call in. The Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, or just get involved. There's 200 people in the YouTube chat talking it over right now. YouTube.com/TMASTL. The phone line's brought to you by Callier and Thompson. Chairman Kurt standing by, 314-974-0101. Doug, can you tell me about Callier and Thompson?
Well, Callier and Thompson is standing by to make your house look like a showplace, if that's what you want. This has been in business now since the 1950s. There's a reason why a business in St. Louis can thrive for more than 70 years. It's because of their commitment to quality. When Callier and Thompson does a job, they do it right. They are your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets, appliances, countertops in the business, and they don't just do kitchens and bathrooms, though kitchens is what they specialize in. They also do basements and wine rooms and man caves and bars, accent rooms, fireplace walls, offices, you name it, and they do it. They have a painting department. They got their own plumbers, electricians. They've got everything there at Callier and Thompson. Everything right there in-house. You don't need to go to 6 or 7 different places to find the people to do the job. When you get lined up with Callier and Thompson, they will provide everybody right there for you. They also sell appliances. Maybe you don't want to do the entire kitchen. You just need a new appliances. Well, they got the top brands there. Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero, you name it. Stacy is the appliance guy. He'll walk you through it and make sure that you get exactly what it is you want and what you need. Callier and Thompson has a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. They've won a Torch Award for ethics. Great location out there in Manchester, in Baldwin. They've got a showroom of more than 10,000 square feet, all kinds of models you can look through and get some ideas, and they will work with you. The owners there, Carolyn Beard and Bob Strati, great people. They've been in here on the show, and they will take wonderful care of you if you'd like to turn your house into a showplace. Callier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Callier and Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. Get involved on the program. Text in, call in, or email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. And many friends of the program gather at YouTube.com/TMASTL to talk it over. And that's where you can watch the program and talk it over with other TMA listeners. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Tom Hart, who was on the call of Missouri and Kansas yesterday in Columbia, joining us coming up in a matter of moments. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Onder Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com. Hey, Blues fans, enter the Verizon Discover NHL Winter Classic Sweepstakes for your chance to see the St. Louis Blues take on the Chicago Blackhawks New Year's Eve in the Discover NHL Winter Classic at Wrigley Field in Chicago. One winner will receive 4 tickets to the game plus a $3,000 gift card. Hurry to select St. Louis area Verizon locations or go to 101ESPN.com and enter by December 18th. No purchase necessary to enter. Must be legal U.S. resident of Missouri or Illinois, age 18 years or older to enter. Void where prohibited. For official rules and full details, visit 101ESPN.com.
In Missouri, farming isn't just a profession, it's a purpose. You can feel it in our 27 million acres of farmland. You can see it in the nearly 41,000 Missourians who work in agriculture. You can hear it at our farmers markets. You can count it in the $93.7 billion it brings our state. And you can taste it at your family's dinner table. A lot of farmers in our state rely on Bayer's tools and inventions because Bayer has a purpose too. To help farmers thrive. Learn more at go.bayer.com/purpose. Paid for by Bayer.
Thanks, Bob. We're here with Doug the Elf, asking about the hottest holiday gifts of the year. Doug, what's on your list?
Yeah, we're getting Missouri lottery scratchers and draw games. We came all the way from the North Pole.
They don't have lottery tickets there?
Now Missouri lottery tickets. They created a new millionaire every 8.1 days last year. Woohoo! I just won!
But I thought that was a gift.
Well, yeah, for me.
You heard it here first. Scratchers and draw games from the Missouri Lottery make great gifts for the holidays. Play it forward and play responsibly. Back to you in the studio.
hard time getting approved? At Dream Nissan Midwest, if you make $250 a week, you are approved. Guaranteed. That's right, guaranteed credit. It gets better. Free lifetime warranty with every new Nissan. Limited time. Brand new Nissan Sentras. Just $49 a week with lifetime warranty. Just $49 a week with a lifetime warranty. Visit DreamNissanMidwest.com today.
Dream Nissan, putting your dreams in your driveway.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Paramount Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
See the area's largest display of Master Spas hot tubs and Michael Phelps swim spas, all made in the USA. Over 30 on display. Call 314-843-7727. They put the in spa.
Be a part of the show. Text the Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Insulation text line at 314-399-9646 on 101 ESPN. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Flex. The Blues lose to the Oilers on Saturday. Final score of 4-2. Blues are off. Gentlemen, Blues are off today. They'll be back in action tomorrow night in Vancouver, taking on the Canucks pregame at 8 p.m., puck drop at 9 p.m., right here on 101 ESPN. That was the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Martin, you hear the update? Blues lost on Saturday night.
Oh, wow. I was waiting to find out.
See, this is what happens, is if I say in NBA school, we don't care about the NBA, rah, 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 we hate the NBA, rah. And then I mentioned the Blues, the team everyone wants me to talk about, and then it's, if they won. Well, some people might not,
Okay. You think there is anyone listening to this station who didn't know? Like a soul.
If they cared, though.
Probably not.
All right, well, I love Jackson, but here's the coaching tip. You got to advance the story a little bit, so you come on. Hey, I'm Action Jackson. Now time for a Sports Center update, and the Blues will play in Vancouver. They're going to close out that 4-game road trip. They did lose the other night. Kind of move it forward and then
advance the story.
Yeah, sure. I'm talking to a bunch of guys this is this is a rookie in a room full of vets. I'm just trying to learn. I'm just trying to be a sponge.
Well, you're learning. I'm saying, so mention the next game. And then you kind of work your way back and say they did lose their first game in regulation under Jim Montgomery, 4-2 to the Oilers on Saturday night. Chris Kerber will join us in 15 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a good one. I have a feeling
this guy's been a sports director for two decades.
I know.
There's video of John Jay
getting a hit in 2012. I'm going to call Tom Hart.
What is it, amateur hour in here? That's Mrs. Janny Shanahan not happy with.
More or less.
All right, he's got to call Tom Hart. Go ahead. You're excused, Jackson.
Tom Hart, who was on the call of Missouri, Kansas, and calls plenty of college football games.
Wouldn't you have called him during the break, Tim, and had him on hold? Maybe.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I love Jackson, but I feel like we're having
it seems like you're falling over in love.
Bad stretch here.
It's the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And Tom Hart is going to join us here in a matter of moments. Chris Kerber at 8:15, Gabe DeArmand at 9 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. There is your captain's log, DBA dossier for the morning after on December 9th, 2024.
His shirt's in tomorrow? Is he in studio?
He's in studio tomorrow.
Seriously, Doug, this would be a little awkward since he wanted to take your spot.
Well, he can sit here, and I'll sit in the corner somewhere, I guess.
Yeah. And they got a big win also.
Chicago State.
Chicago State's my town, see?
Right. Chicago's my town, see?
Yeah.
That's
Chicago
what he said
State,
right after the game.
0-12 on the season.
Oh, well.
They're in a rebuilding
Strength of
year.
schedule.
That's
Pay
right.
attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to welcome to the program the gentleman who had the call of Missouri's victory over Rock Chalk Jayhawk yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, friend of the show, Martin? I think we can call him friend of the show.
It's kind of up to him.
It's up to him. Tom Hart. Morning, Tom. Friend of the show?
Good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, I'll take that label. I mean, who else would I want to be associated with?
Look at that.
Yeah,
promo.
can't think of anyone.
It sounded rather, disinterested. I don't know. I feel like he may not have meant that, Tim.
The audio
Well,
friends.
can I tell you, I do have a dear friend that listens every single morning, and so I don't do this very often, but I just want to say, Paul Hollander, you suck.
Oh,
Hollander.
Hollander takes a shot.
Yeah, he had it coming, though. Take that, Paul Hollander. I like that. Tom, you guys were talking yesterday, you and Fran Fraschilla were talking about some of the conversations you had with some of the Missouri players and Dennis Gates, that they kind of sensed something, perhaps, on Saturday when you guys were with them at their practice. What did you see behind the scenes that made you guys say that on the broadcast yesterday?
Well, it was Tamar Bates specifically who guaranteed the win, and I didn't take it in a way that, like, oh, this is a Joe Namath thing. It needs to be discussed right at the very beginning of the broadcast. A lot of times you get, I don't want to say false bravado, but everybody goes into a game thinking they can win. I was just incredibly impressed by his individual performance to, have such a monster game against a rival, being a Kansas City dude, and he felt, obviously, when we talked to him post-game, especially, like they had something to prove against the number one team in the country, and I guess they did.
When you're calling that game, Tom, they're up 24. Do you still know, because you've done it for a long time, all right, Kansas is going to make a run? Like, as a fan, it's almost understood now. When your team's up big, you just start to get nervous. Do you always sense that happening?
Not always. It depends on how that lead was built, right? And Kansas played terrible in the first half, and I did not think they were going to repeat that terrible performance, but I was really impressed with how efficient Missouri was, and they do a great job of getting to the free throw line. That's kind of their offensive strength. That's their superpower. And so I didn't think that was going to stop, but I knew Kansas wasn't going to turn it over another 15 times in the second half.
Kansas is the first ranked opponent Mizzou has played all year. They played a bunch of patsies, really. So it's hard to know how good they're going to be. Do we know now? Does this Mizzou team have a chance to be something special?
Well, they put together two incredible halves. The second half against Cal, and Cal is just an average power conference team out of the ACC for those keeping score. And the first half against Kansas was awesome. I think it depends on what Dennis Gates does with his rotation. He plays a ton of guys, and to me that leads to some inconsistencies because people don't necessarily get into a set rhythm and set routine. But the guys that they've been playing and who've been playing really well are playing better than I expected, starting with Anthony Robinson at point guard. I mean, last year he was good. He showed great promise, but he missed some time for various reasons. His grandma passed away at one point, and he was away from the team. I think he's showing that he's an elite-level point guard.
ESPN's Tom Hart, who was on the call of Missouri-Kansas yesterday with us here on TMA, joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You're listening to 101 ESPN. At the end of the game, Dennis Gates calls the timeout to allow Kansas to exit the floor. Bill Self said after the game that he actually appreciated, said that was really classy, and he loved the court storming by Missouri. What's it like for you guys and your broadcast partner, Fran Fraschilla? We're trying to figure out what he was saying there. Like, did he like that? Did he not like it? What are you guys thinking as you're sitting there and you know all hell's about to break loose around you?
That was a really interesting exchange between Gates and Self at the end, and I was glad to see Bill be such a good sport about it afterwards, because he didn't look too pleased that this hotshot young coach who's only been in the SEC for now his third season was telling a Hall of Fame coach what to do with the team. That was our impression in the moment. But it's fun, man. I mean, that's a blast, whether it's a field storming or court storming. Like, as long as they don't come over the top and I don't have to throw bows and protect my MacBook, I'm good with it. Like, storm the court. Let's go.
So the body language on Self, though, was that he didn't look pleased, and then in the postgame, he was great about it.
Yeah, exactly. And he was also, in the post game, he wasn't exactly complimentary towards Missouri. He was like, we played terrible. And they did. They're the number one team in the country, and they played like Mississippi Valley State, not like Kansas.
Mm-hmm. You said you didn't want to have to throw bows. Has that ever happened? Because once you get that mob mentality going, there's no telling what those kids might do, even to an announcer. Have you ever had an incident?
They told me it was just like the dance floor Friday night at Fieldhouse. I wasn't at Fieldhouse Friday night. Yeah, I think I've outgrown that joint. But I think if you can bounce around the dance floor, you can survive a court storming.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Tom Hart with us here on TMA. I know you were on the basketball call yesterday, but you've called all kinds of SEC games this year. What did you think of the college football playoff announcements yesterday?
I was a little bit surprised that, in my mind, they did the right thing. That's not necessarily their task. I was part of the seminar in Grapevine a couple months ago where they brought us in and did a mock draft and explained all the rules. And Warden Manuel made it very clear, like, there are certain things they don't care about. The only thing they care about is ranking 25 teams and then putting them into a bracket. That's one of the reasons, like, they didn't really care about the message they were sending last year with Florida State, having an undefeated power team be left out. So I didn't think they would really care about sending a message of reaching a conference championship game and losing and having that be a penalty. But, obviously they took that into consideration, and I think it's the right choice overall. I just think the SEC is going to have to revisit these parameters, if that's what they turn out to be, and I don't think 1 year makes all the rules, but it gives you some insight.
I think getting SMU in also allows them to say these conference championship games matter, even though a lot of us feel like they don't. But I feel like moving forward, they know the TV money on those games is important. And that's not a reason SMU would get in, but I feel like in that room they might have said, we got to keep these championship games going. They didn't talk like that, but I have a feeling. Do you think there's any credence to that?
Do they all talk like English aristocrats? Is that your impression?
It was supposed to be more like muttering, like, oh, what are we going to do here? We got to keep these games. We got to keep these. And Coach P was like, I don't care about that, okay? Put Missouri in, please. I want to be in that room and understand the variables because everything's so analytically driven, and yet they kind of close the door and say, I don't know, what do you think? Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I believe that the coaches that are in there, the type A's, Gary Pinkel's not going to let some nerd with a pocket tell him what a better team is. I mean, I don't believe that occurs no matter what the numbers say. I agree with you. I think that's what I was talking about. Like, they put SMU in to value the conference championships because they thought big picture, but it runs contrary to what they did last year with Florida State, where they admitted we don't care what anybody thinks. We're strictly picking, then the 4 and now the 12 best teams. But the other thing that's going to be a mess is allowing teams that are ranked in the teens to then get a top 4 seed. And we know why that was made that way. It was when Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti got together and they basically designed this system with Jack Swarbrick of Notre Dame. They wanted to value conference champions. Well, that's great, except now the seeding is completely jacked up. And now you have overseeded teams getting buys, and it really throws everything. It just kind of throws it to the wolves because you don't get a true bracket format.
The people at Alabama are saying this is going to change the way they schedule. That there's no reason to ever schedule a difficult non-conference opponent. But they only had one of those this year. They played 3 patsies, and they lost 3 games in the SEC. So you think Alabama has any kind of complaint by being left out here?
I think athletic directors talk very reactionally because that's what their base wants to hear, and they pound the table and say, we're going to change this and we're going to do that. I don't think it's going to change their scheduling. They can't get Vanderbilt off their schedule, and they went in there and got walloped by Vanderbilt. So that's not something that they control. I don't think it's going to have much of a change anyway because a lot of these big non-conference games, especially the ones that end up off campus, those are negotiated by the TV companies who demand that they pay those games, and they play those games, and they pay them good money to do so.
Tom, I'm curious what you think's going to happen with this. There's only one more year of it, and then they go back to the drawing board on what the format will look like in 2026. What changes, have you heard anything on that, and what changes do you think they will make? Will we go to 14, 16? What do you think will happen?
I really hope they just let this thing play out for a few years and figure out like what the perfect practice is, because every time you change, then you introduce a bunch of new variables that you didn't consider at the time. But my gut is, and I'm curious to hear Greg Sankey talk really soon, because he's got the power to make these changes. My gut is they end up going to 16 pretty soon, and they either negotiate automatics for the Big Ten and the SEC, or they find a way to get more access for them. But what would really help is if the SEC went back to having divisions, and then you get more clarity on who are the better teams from this specific league, and it gives you a better chance to impress that committee when you're comparing apples to apples instead of Alabama to Southern Miss, probably to SMU, and you're throwing in, South Carolina and Ole Miss in the equation too. It's too many teams for one spot.
All of that said, when they roll out the matchups, it looks pretty intriguing, doesn't it? You got Indiana going to Notre Dame. I know Coach Sig is not excited about that, but just the matchups themselves, Clemson's got to go down to Texas. It's pretty exciting to look at that over the next few weeks and say, man, we've got an actual playoff coming up.
I love it. That's what we were all waiting for. That's why I want them to let it marinate a little bit, all right? We don't have to make changes just based on emotions, but we get a Friday night game at Notre Dame. I hope to God it snows there. I mean, I think that would be awesome. And Tennessee going to Ohio State. I mean, these are the games that we're hoping to get. We still don't know in the end, is it going to make any difference in the parity once you get to the Final Four teams? But I don't even care about that. I want that entertainment of the first couple weekends. And then I want the next change to be, we're not just playing the first weekend on campus sites, we're also playing the second weekend on campus sites, because that's what everybody loves about college football.
Tom, when you get back to Columbia, you've got one day in Como. What do you do when you're back in your old stomping grounds? How do you spend that time?
Well, my mom's still there, so I go visit my mom, and I have a sister, and I go visit her, and I just play it, really calm. I don't end up on the dance floor at Fieldhouse, but
big miss.
Does your mom end up on the dance floor at Fieldhouse? No.
She's been there before. Just ask Paul Hollander. But no,
Paulie H again.
Let me tell you about this guy. He's bad news. I definitely try to mix in a Booch's trip. That's my one nostalgia stop that I love to make whenever I get the chance.
Doug's pissed they don't have fries. So am I, Tom.
I don't care about fries.
Well, you don't need fries.
No.
You get a cup of chili if you really want something extra.
Yeah, just to wash it down after you have a couple burgers, Doug. Wash it down with the chili.
And a couple Bud Long Necks. What's better than that?
Tom, we appreciate you joining the program. Always good to talk it over with you, and I really hope Paul Hollander has been put in his place today.
Well, he will soon. No doubt about it.
Tom, appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
All right, thanks, fellas.
There he is. That's Tom Hart, friend of the show, not a friend of Paul Hollander's, and I think the Hollander family will have to issue
I'm
a
Googling the name.
here.
I'm trying to see if I'm not on that LinkedIn, and that always is the trick. When you find a name, you got to go to your LinkedIn account.
The college football playoff, the thing that stands out to me most, and there's plenty, because again, it's subjective. So if you said, hey, Tim, you've got to take Oregon side, and Martin, you can take Georgia's side, and Doug, you take Texas, whatever. We could all argue, and then you take SMU side, I'll take Alabama. We could all argue whatever case because it is subjective. The thing that stands out to me is the most asinine of everything that I heard regarding the college football playoff yesterday. And I'm not picking on Heather Dinich at all, because I think Ward Manuel said something along these lines when being interviewed by Reese Davis yesterday, is at halftime of the SMU-Clemson game, SMU was out, but because they came back in the second half, they're in. And that is ridiculous and indefensible. That is an absolutely asinine premise. You're talking about a team that played 13 games and therefore 26 halves of football, much less Alabama's 24 halves of football, Miami's 24 halves of football, Ole Miss, South Carolina, 24 halves of football. But it was that half of football that we are now going to say, oh, because they came back, they get in. But I think that one of the things that we would agree with is, had they gotten blown off the field as it was tracking, that Alabama would have gotten in. So the conversation strikes me as ridiculous. And yet I love college football, even though I'm engaging in this nonsense every single year that I can't defend.
I don't know why he would even say that. You don't need
Heather
to...
Dinich said it. Ward Manuel did talk about it. We're all sitting there watching it, and we're like, how can we keep this team out with the way they battled in the second half?
But I'm saying if I'm him, I wouldn't say that specifically. Well, at halftime we had him out, because it just opens the door to, well, then they really probably won.
I also think he made a mistake last Tuesday when they unveiled the second to last college football playoff rankings by saying nobody could move up who was not playing. I think South Carolina's win against Clemson gathers value, as does Georgia's. They beat the ACC champion. That doesn't mean that South Carolina should be in. Interestingly enough, I don't really give a damn, but Missouri actually dropped in the AP and the coaches poll. Syracuse had a great weekend by not playing, and they moved up. Missouri moved down below Syracuse. Yes, Jackson, I can tell you're activated.
You think Fran Brown showered after moving up a little bit in the rankings?
Dabo gave him a shout-out.
I did see that. Did you see the video of the selection committee watching the games for the conference championship?
I saw that. Yeah.
It looked like the lamest watch party. It's just a bunch of guys, most of them in their mid to late 50s or 60s, dressed in quarter zips and dark jeans. They're all kind of dressed like Doug, to be honest with you. And they're just all like sipping quarter drank water bottles, and there's like a bunch of TVs like plugged into one outlet. It looked like the lamest watch party ever.
They probably told them, all right, guys, we're going to get 30 seconds of video here watching
B-roll.
Yeah. So they didn't say B-roll because that's an antiquated film term. But they said, we're going to get 30 seconds of video. And so what are they supposed to do? Start walking around slapping each other on the back and counting beers?
Maybe a cold one, or someone like having a conversation. The only one who seemed like they were enjoying themselves was the patrol, Gary Pinkel.
You think the patrol was enjoying himself?
He seemed like he was comfortable, at least. He was at least sitting in his chair normally.
They had nice chairs.
Yeah, they did.
They're dealing with a new system. It certainly has its flaws. I think that in 5 years we'll look back and go, God, remember the first playoff system, how ridiculous that was? Yeah. Because you have three teams, and I think everybody would agree, of the breakdown of the four regions, one being Clemson, Texas, Arizona State, one being SMU, Penn State, Boise State, one being Indiana, Notre Dame, Georgia. This one with Tennessee, Ohio State, Oregon, all three of those could win the national championship. At least have the highest probability of winning. You see what I'm saying? I don't think too many people are expecting Clemson or Arizona State to win the national championship. It's not a shot at those teams. It's just what their ceiling is. I don't think too many people are expecting SMU or Boise State or maybe even Penn State to win the national championship. Indiana, I don't think too many people are thinking they're going to win the national championship. I think something that's getting undercovered is Carson Beck. I think he's done. Oh, yeah. Like, period, done.
They said he couldn't grip a football.
I mean, I don't even, for the life of me, like that's a big story. But either way, that they're playing each other. Like Oregon goes undefeated, and they got to play Ohio State or Tennessee in the second round. I mean, that's such a flaw with this system, but it's not like Ward Manuel's fault. That's not his system. This is the system. This contract, for the record, goes through 2025, so there's only one more year of this system, and then they'll either go to 14 or 16, and I assure you, you won't have another situation like the number one team having to deal with what they've got, 8 or 9, because whether it be Penn State at 6 or Texas at 5, that is a much better spot to be in with Boise State and Arizona State waiting for you as opposed to Oregon for the 8 or 9, Tennessee, and Oregon sitting there at number 1, and their reward is they got Tennessee or Ohio State in the second round.
I did hear Nick Saban say we've got the best teams are in there. Like he said, you got to look at scheduling, strength of schedule. I think Doug mentioned earlier, though, Alabama played Western Kentucky. They did go to Wisconsin, and those are games you want teams to schedule. I understand. They didn't lose that game. The killer for Alabama, isn't it the 3 losses in the conference?
It's in particular 24-3 against Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's the one in defensible.
And it also happened, it's fresh in people's minds, I think you can make a case. I mean, to me, I still have no idea how Ole Miss is behind Alabama and Miami, but whatever. It's, you can make your case, and I think the team that would have the most possibility of going deep of the three, Ole Miss, Alabama, is South Carolina. But I think Ole Miss would have a better chance of going deep than than Alabama, I should say. Either way, once you lose 3 games, you did have a chance, and you didn't take care of business, and that's the reality of it. So arguing one way or the other, I think it's fruitless because it's so subjective.
But when they talk about non-conference schedule, we're really going to have to take a look at it. They played Western Kentucky, South Florida. They played Mercer. And they did go to Wisconsin, for sure. But it's not like they had this unbelievable gauntlet of a schedule.
Well, over the next few years, they do have Florida State. I realize Florida State was what they were this year, but last year, Florida State was a team that was on its way to the playoff and undefeated before Jordan Travis got hurt. They have Notre Dame coming up on their schedule in the non-conference. And the point being, if the way they're going to look at it is through the lens of losses as opposed to quality wins, why invite risk on that side of the ledger when you can just go out and collect yourself 4 wins? And I do understand where he's coming from. I also totally agree with what Tom Hart said, is athletic directors are going to be reactionary and play to their base, even if deep down they don't really plan on doing anything about it. But in this particular case, to me, what stood out was, had SMU not come back, they weren't going to get in. Because I agree with your premise, Martin, what you said to Tom. This weekend was about, and I do think they were told, make sure that you do not penalize anybody in the conference championship games because we want to keep that money. And if SMU is out and all they did was lose in the conference championship game, then that bolsters the position of we don't want to play in the conference championship game. And so, if anything, you didn't really see Penn State, SMU, or Texas harmed that much by their losses as far as teams that were already in. Iowa State was not already in, and so that was a different spot for them. UNLV was not already in, so that was a different spot for them. Your thoughts are welcome on the topic. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Send an email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Chris Kerber is joining us next. Tomorrow night, Blues and Canucks here on 101 ESPN. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Someone's got to say it. Let it be you. Use the mic drop feature in the 101 ESPN app. Search the 101 ESPN app now in the App Store or Google Play.
If your heating and cooling system is over 8 years old, we have a deal for you. SwissAirSTL.com.
Holiday season rolling right up on us. We're a couple of weeks away from Christmas, and Schnucks wants to make sure you can load up and save money at the same time. Big holiday savings coming your way starting on December 11th. It's countdown, the 12 days of Christmas. You're going to save money from December 11th to December 22nd. Schnucks, 12 days of savings. It's happening starting on Wednesday. During this event, Schnucks will drop a new digital coupon with a hot offer each day. Look into your Schnucks Rewards app. Check out the daily offers. Clip that digital coupon. Only available in the app. You should have the Schnucks Rewards by now because you're going there anyway and you're saving money by simply having the rewards. Each offer will last just 1 day. Be sure to grab these hot deals while you can. Check out the weekly ad, the Schnucks Rewards app. View all of these great offers. It's the 12 days of savings at Schnucks. Get ready for the holidays. Save money. Load up for the holidays. The 12 days of savings. It all starts Wednesday at your neighborhood Schnucks.
Looking for last-minute gifts? Shane Company can help, even if you're still planning to propose. We have a wide selection of hand-picked diamonds and colorful gemstones in stock for dream engagement rings. Come discover fine jewelry gifts in every price range, curated by our in-house design team and crafted with care to our high-quality standards. At Shane Company, we'll protect your gifts with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com to find your store's extended hours and the perfect holiday gifts. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Meet Sumner One, your go-to source for all things office technology. We're proud to be one of the largest independently owned providers in the region, with 11 strategic locations across 5 states. At Sumner One, we specialize in workplace solutions, enterprise print, production print, large format solutions, cutting-edge document technology, and more. Quality, service, and innovation. That's the Sumner One advantage. Visit us online at sumner1.com. That's SUMNER1.com. Sumner One, welcome to the one place where everything works.
Year-end sales event. Every vehicle, $29 down at Frank Lita Mitsubishi in Bridgeton.
29? Are they out of their mind? You see, Max, the holidays drive everyone crazy. Especially Frank Lita. Frank Lita Mitsubishi.
Hi, mister.
Ah!
Did you hear? It's a year-end sales event.
Thanks, kid, but my credit's in the doghouse. No offense, Max.
That's okay. Tell him, mister.
Don't stress about credit. All you need is a job and $29 at Frank Lita Mitsubishi in the auto outlet.
A job, eh?
Get 0.99% financing for 60 months, plus acres of pre-owned. You could save thousands.
Thousands?
Yes, and all you need is $29 down.
I'm tingly. I can't take it.
You're happy.
Because every vehicle is $29 down. Now at Missouri's /1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi.
In the automotive outlet in Bridgeton.
YesLita.com.
YesLita.com.
Number 1 based on the National Mitsubishi Report as of 9/1/24. New 24 Mirage, 19.3, 29 down, $320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR, plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
At Goodwill, they believe in creating opportunities and changing lives, and it's all thanks to you. When you shop and donate at Goodwill, your local nonprofit, you're not just finding great deals or clearing out your closet. You're funding vital programs and services that transform lives in our community. From job training to educational support, your generosity fuels Goodwill's mission. So thank you for making a difference and building a brighter future. Goodwill. Give hope, give local, give Goodwill.
After a whirlwind year, bring peace back to your home. Enjoy 10% off Mosby remodeling projects or no payments until 2026. Call 314-909-1800 by December 31st. Mosby Building Arts, bringing joy home.
101 ESPN has your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your St. Louis Blues take on the New Jersey Devils December 17th at Enterprise Center. The first 12,000 fans in attendance that night will take home a Jake Neighbors Winter Classic bobblehead, courtesy of Pepsi Zero Sugar. Get more details and get entered to win that free pair of tickets for Blues versus Devils on December 17th, right now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. TMA is broadcasting live from the Car Shield studio on 101 ESPN.
TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Joined by Tom Hart, who was on the call of the Missouri-Kansas game, talking about that win yesterday. Jackson, you think Missouri will be ranked in the upcoming polls?
If they are, it'll be really high up there. It's if Kansas beat Creighton, I think maybe it's different, but now Kansas is going to be 2 losses. A bunch of teams are going to move up in front of them.
Kansas is 11 and 40. Number 11 in the KenPom polls.
Yeah.
Missouri 49 now, Doug. I know you monitor KenPom.
Oh, yeah. I read about it all night.
KenPom is great.
Sometimes.
It's the most comprehensive look at any college basketball team, but it's certainly different.
Okay, stop it.
Did you wag a finger there?
You did. Doug, you get dunked on by Jackson like 3 times a show.
A little Matumbo. I don't know how the AP, but honestly, I mean, it's just a nice little thing to have by your name when you play Jacksonville State and Long Island University in between these games in Illinois.
We're going to be joined by Chris Kerber coming up here in a matter of moments. Munganess sponsored the 7 o'clock hour on TMA, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's Peter Munganess. That's Jamie Burkhardt. Their names are on the dealership, but they make sure they are accessible to our audience, and that's what it's all about. So if you're a TMA listener, the name of the game is supporting the sponsors. That's how the show's been on for 2 decades. This is a great sponsor, one that goes out of their way to be accessible to the audience, and here's how they do it. They give out a number. They say, call us or text us, and you're going to have direct access. 314-252-0029, 314-252-0029, or just go shopping at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com, and then you can work with Ryan Seiberg in the service department online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. Even if you didn't get your car from Munganess, still get it serviced there. When we're talking about Munganess, there's Munganess dealerships all over the area. The 2 we're talking about, St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Jackson, it looks like you're staring into an eclipse again. I think it's time to close the blinds.
Yeah.
Is it reached that time? That means it's sunny out, though.
It's lovely. There was a beautiful sunrise.
For those of you watching on the YouTube, I'm going to give you 10 seconds or so.
I'll stare directly into it.
To see what changes when I close these. Doug, do you like to draw the blinds? You like that draw the blinds?
Say draw the blinds. Just say close the blinds.
All right, Tim is drawing the blinds, Doug.
I look like I'm probably made out of marble right now with how this is.
Not a marble?
Well, because the way the light
Like a
bounces off my
countertop?
skin.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so much better.
Yeah. Your lighting.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, my God, my eyeballs are saved. I look just directly into the sunlight.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Does that affect the drops because the sun's in your eyes?
It affects a lot of things, Martin, most of all my vision.
Oh, by the way, Randy Molman was on the call yesterday, Mizzou Arena.
Randy's a good guy.
It's not clear if he's the permanent, because I know he does football. I knew he did one of two, but he was doing basketball yesterday. I don't know if he does it all the time, but apparently Laird Veach, the athletic director, is the one who gave him the directive to encourage fans not to storm the court. So
Plausible deniability from the athletic department.
But I'm saying, so Coach Gates, instead of being disappointed in the PA and the mole man, he can take on the AD.
I would like an edict to Mr. Veach. Can we update the ushers' attire at Mizzou Arena?
Wow. Doug, you go after the football uniforms, and Jackson goes after the ushers' uniforms.
Is this a subheading beneath uniforms?
What do you mean he doesn't have? Yeah, I mean, I'd certainly have control over that.
I don't know that the athletic director would worry about what the ushers are wearing.
They look like they're working at the Bruin Theater in L.A. in 1965.
What are they wearing?
The gold,
Theater.
like these old school gold vests with a little bow tie and dress
nice.
shirt. No, come on, give them a polo and slacks. Make a little modernize it.
Slacks.
These guys, and they're ill-fitting. I feel bad for them.
Do they say, hey, it's Columbia, it's my town?
Yeah, basically.
Edward G. Robinson.
They need like that little armband that old poker dealers used to wear on their arm.
yeah. I like
That's
that
what they
play.
basically are just missing that.
The visor, maybe.
Chris Kerber going to join us coming up on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, come out and join the new TMA crew at the all-new Hot Shots on Lindbergh in South County for a TMA Christmas party. Thursday, December 12th from 7 to 9 p.m. And see Santa Doug giving out the best Christmas presents every 10 minutes, including blues tickets, an autographed blues puck, tons of concert tickets like Post Malone and Jelly Roll, Kendrick Lamar and SZA, El Monstero, Jack White, Sebastian Maniscalco, Disturbed, Linkin Park, and more. Enjoy drink specials like $6 Jameson cocktails plus shots, $3 pints, plus $5 macho mugs of the new limited release St. Louis Lager from AB. There'll be a TMA holiday-themed menu with shot and drink specials throughout the night. Kona sampling with prizes and samples from 7 to 8. To be a part of the festivities, please bring a new and unwrapped toy for Annie's Hope on behalf of our good friend Jay Randolph Jr. Come celebrate the holidays with the new TMA crew at the brand new Hot Shots on Lindbergh. Find out more at TMASTL.com or at 101ESPN.com.
Why do the national tax resolution firms need the tiny fine print at the bottom of all their TV ads? Hi, this is Lance Story with the Lance Story Law Firm. You don't hear fast-talking disclaimers in our ads because the claims we make are 100% transparent. The Lance Story Law Firm primarily focuses on one thing, IRS problems, and we're regulated by the Bar Association, and we have a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. IRS issues are serious legal issues. The Lance Story Law Firm has helped thousands of clients navigate the best resolution plans, and we tell you up front exactly how much it'll cost. Tax resolution law is all we do. So before you send money to some out-of-town, high-pressure salesperson, give us a call at the Land Story Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Call today to schedule your free consultation with me, 314-260-6120, or visit LanceDruryLaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
This is the time of year when people start thinking about what the perfect gift would be for mom or dad. If you and your family are thinking about what that perfect gift would be, we recommend a gift card from Sound Story. And right now, at mysoundstory.com, you get 10% off a holiday gift card when you enter promo code ESPN. Sound Story is an hour-long interview with your mom or dad, or both, in which they tell their life stories, making sure that you and your children will have these memories saved forever. And now, new in the 2024 holiday season, Sound Story is offering the option of a video interview to make sure both the stories and the images are preserved forever. It's a gift you will never regret giving, but it's a gift that everyone in your family will love. Just go to mysoundstory.com and enter promo code ESPN to get this special 10% discount off a holiday gift card for Sound Story. That's promo code ESPN at mysoundstory.com.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Listen to 101 ESPN On Demand. Get caught up with all our shows and podcasts at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 app, driven by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We're talking everything St. Louis Blues as we head into the Blues booth on 101 ESPN, presented by Boardwalk Hardwood Floors. Find your perfect new floor at boardwalkhardwood.com.
Welcome back, TMA 101 ESPN. I'm McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines here, Chris Kerber, voice of the Blues. Morning, Kerbs.
Hey, guys, do you guys trust the tap water out of a hotel bathroom?
No, I do not. I absolutely do not. Doug, I bet you do.
Sure.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I?
Well, the stuff, like, I ran out of my bottled water, and so I just filled one up there, but there's so much air in this one, like the water's coming out gray. And I get it, it's just air, but it's just one of those things that every now and then you're like, I don't know the water in the area that I'm in. Like, should I be drinking it or should I just go with the bottle?
You boys still in Edmonton?
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, I think I'm going to just get some Canadian citizenship here after this trip. And then, we're in Edmonton. The team's going to practice today, and then we fly to Vancouver. We'll play Vancouver tomorrow. Fly home, get home, I don't know, about 4 o'clock.
Nice.
4:30 on, what day? Today's Monday. So we get home on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Did you stay in Calgary on Thursday night?
No.
So you flew to Edmonton. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Tim, that's 4 nights in Edmonton.
4 nights in Edmonton, Kerbs. Congratulations.
It is. Well, listen, normally we would have flown after the game in Edmonton to Vancouver, but Taylor Swift has taken over Vancouver, so they couldn't get hotel rooms in Vancouver. Now, listen, I'll tell you something, though. And now, for the people in our organization that were part of the bubble during COVID, this is like, I mean, they're reliving Groundhog Day right now because they were stuck up here and there were certain things you could do, you couldn't do. But where they built the downtown area here, where they built the arena, and the hotel is really attached to it. Like, I can walk from my hotel room to the broadcast booth in about 8 minutes, right? And that includes waiting for elevators. So, but it's built up. It's become a really good part of downtown. There's some restaurants. There's a couple of pubs. There's, they've done a really nice job with it here, without a doubt. So it's all good. Shoot, it's a hotel room. It's a road trip, and then we just wait for the next hockey game.
Kerbs, I don't have an analytic or a statistics for this, but I believe the Blues lead the league in giving up a goal right after scoring a goal. Can I prove that in some way?
Actually, there's a funny thing about that. Alex Ferrarios did a little homework during that last game, and yeah, that did happen. It did happen a couple of times in that last game, but it was a stat of like in the first, 20 games of the year or something like that, if I could find this nugget here for you. But in the first 20 games of the year, that had happened like 3 times, and now it's happened like 5 times in the last 5 games. It's one of those small little detail parts of the game where, like that next shift after a goal is just such an important momentum one, to keep kind of your foot on the throat of the other team. So that's something they'll have to clean up, but I'm not so sure that was really quite the issue in the last game against the Oilers. I mean, I thought the team actually played a pretty solid game. I'm sure the coaching staff is going to, obviously get into the nitty gritty and be upset with certain other aspects of it. But, sometimes in the end we can overcomplicate sports. And the bottom line is that game against the Edmonton Oilers is there's a team that has some better players that beat you. I mean, it's just, you're going to try to hold them off the board a little bit, but sometimes it couldn't happen. And in this case, a team that's just a little bit better than you beat you, and they beat you by a goal. So it just happens. I kind of like, there's certain games you're going to lose, guys, that are going to frustrate you. This one, to me, wasn't one of them.
I think I heard you say on the broadcast the other night when Dylan Holloway got his goal that he now scored points in 6 straight games. And I thought, wow, that's pretty impressive. That's a nice streak. And then I looked to see what the record was. The record's 51 games by Wayne Gretzky. Kind of puts it all in perspective, doesn't it?
Well, it does. Now, and it's a 3rd time. So Kyrou's done it this year. Broberg's done it this year. But here's another kind of blow your mind Gretzky kind of unbelievable moment stat kind of thing. Sort of like the one where Jaromir Jagr is second all-time in the NHL in points behind Gretzky. And Wayne Gretzky still has more assists than Jagr has points, right? Mm-hmm. So Connor McDavid went into that game, last game, with 1,017 points. He's got 2 more, so like 1,019 after he played the Blues there. Okay, he would have to average 122 points a year for the next 15 seasons to tie Wayne Gretzky. Or 180 points a year for the next 10 years to tie him. I mean, and by the way, he hit 1,000 points in like 620 something games, right?
Yeah.
So he was like the 4th fastest to ever get to 1,000 points, or 5th fastest to get to 1,000 points, and he would still need 15 seasons straight of 122 points to be able to catch Wayne Gretzky's point total.
Gretzky kind of ruined the record books for everybody else, didn't he?
Well, we were talking about this. Like, I don't know if there's I don't know that there's another sport where the greatest to have played was as dominant versus everybody else. Yeah. You know, like Michael Jordan was amazing, but Michael Jordan has numbers that are, you know, they're falling to LeBron James and to others. Babe Ruth's, you know, numbers obviously have fallen. Like, there's just it's crazy. It's every time you look at something like that, you're like, how the hell did that happen? Like, he was just that much better.
Yeah. Although Ovechkin was on pace to get him this year in the career, I think, and Ovechkin will be back. I don't know if he's got enough time to do it this year, but it looks like Ovechkin's actually going to get him on the goal score, which is unbelievable when you used to look at that number.
Yeah. So. And that one, in the individual side of it on the goals, that and who knows if somebody ends up breaking that one. But Ovechkin has been amazing. Now, he was skating again. He was skating just a few weeks after breaking his leg. So, you know, he's trying to get back there. I think it's something like he's 27 goals away or something like that. And so whether he has it this year or next, that one's going to fall. You know, but then there's still another 2,000 assists that Ovi would have to get him.
Mm-hmm. Curbs, any buzz in Edmonton around the, we'll call it press box chatter about how well Holloway and Broberg have played for the Blues? Are they bemoaning that in Edmonton?
They were getting booed, that's for sure.
Oh, well, yeah. They got booed every time they touched the puck, and I love it because in sports we do need some villains. You know, I thought those 2 young men, 2 23-year-olds, handled the press the day before terrifically. You know, I thought they handled it maturely. It was really well done. And yeah, there's a buzz. I mean, look, the St. Louis Blues up here are public enemy number 1 when it comes to organizationally. However, when you, like, I talked to some fans in the elevator, right, and just around the hotel, and they're like, man, we don't blame the 2 guys, but they are all still upset with the management of the Edmonton Oilers for letting it happen. Now, there's a couple little backstories there. You know, Broberg at one point had asked out of Edmonton because of the way he was being used. This is prior to the way they used him in the Stanley Cup playoffs, right? You know, and Dylan Holloway tried to re-sign with the Edmonton Oilers, and the Oilers just didn't do it. So I even said it on the air, like, boo the 2 players all you want, and I get it. That's how sports goes. But this is one of those scenarios where you had to look at it, and really you got to put your finger at management. Now, you know, I think it has helped. It has fueled. Like, would that have happened had these 2 guys kind of had slow starts to the year and struggled a little bit? I don't know. But I'll tell you what, they sure haven't, and they have been fantastic additions to the Blues.
Chris Kerber, our guest, he is in Edmonton, where the Blues will skate today and then fly to Vancouver to wrap up the Canadian road trip and head back to St. Louis for a home game against the Sharks on Thursday night. Final line of questioning here for you. We had Doug Armstrong in studio with us for the 9 o'clock hour on Friday, and I asked him about Jordan Kyrou. Kyrou with an assist on Saturday night leads the team with 23 points, but certainly at this particular moment, I would say is the lightning rod on the Blues. And I asked Doug Armstrong about him because there is a pivotal date with regard to his contract and the no-trade clause next year. And Armstrong made the observation that in his time in St. Louis, it's been funny to see who has become the lightning rod and then who, over time, then becomes appreciated. And he pointed out that Jay Bouwmeester, this understated guy who everybody in the locker room absolutely loved, was the guy who was the lightning rod. Then it became Colton Parayko, and now it's Jordan Kyrou. Ideally, Kyrou has the same kind of path that those players wound up having. What are you seeing from Kyrou so far this year? I've heard you and Joey Vitale talk about what you've seen behind the scenes as far as a commitment and work as we're, at this point in the season, and a critical season for him with the new head coach.
Yeah, you know what? Look, I don't think Doug, first off, I'm not going to try to put words in Doug Armstrong's mouth, but I don't think Doug is worried about a no-trade clause for a player that he signed to an 8-year deal, that can produce you 70 to 80 points a year. And yes, Jordan Kyrou is a lightning rod. And after Bouwmeester, look, for a couple of years, it's been Parayko.
Right.
How many times have we been on the air, going, guys, like he's a 6'6" defenseman that can skate, and all of a sudden he's representing Team Canada. Team Canada considers him to be one of the 6 best options for them, right? So, yeah, he is a lightning rod. Now, why? I think you have to ask yourself, why is he the lightning rod? And the reality of it is because you've got tremendous skill. You've got the ability to pick up points. He nearly put 3 straight 70-point seasons up there. That hasn't happened with the St. Louis Blues. The Blues just haven't had a superstar since Brett Hull, right? I mean, so it's one of those things where the fans continue to expect more. And you know what? I actually think it's okay, Tim. Like, they should expect more. When he signed his name on a contract that's an 8x8 deal, basically tying the contract with Robert Thomas, you sign the guy is basically tied with the highest paid player on your team, and you expect results out of that. And by the way, you're getting close to results. He's not that far off from a point-a-game guy. The issue is it's somewhat inconsistent for him right now, and that'll get better. I also think it'll get better as the team gets better players in the lineup on a regular basis and stuff, but Jordan's just going to have to keep working at it, and Jordan is going to have to find himself more consistent. The areas of the game that make him the lightning rod is when he turns the puck over at blue lines trying to make a move rather than the smart play of chip it in. And there's some basic stuff, but Robert Thomas does the same thing. And these are skilled players trying to make plays. Jim Montgomery wants them to make plays, but he wants them now to make plays in the right moment. And I think we've got to give this a little bit of time here with Jim Montgomery to see how it goes. But you've got a tremendously talented forward. You've got a player guys, look at the history of the Blues here. 70-point players, it just don't seem to fall out of the trees and land in the St. Louis Blues lap. And so you've got to give, just let this thing play out a little bit. And here's the other thing I know. No trade clause or not. We just saw it with Jacob Trouba. Okay? We saw it with Barclay Goodrow with the New York Rangers. Okay? Trouba had a full no trade clause, and they said, fine, we'll just waive you. And that's the big difference between a no trade clause and a no movement clause. If the New York Rangers had given a no movement clause to Trouba, right, then maybe there's a way that they aren't able to force a trade. And so, to me, I don't think the timing of the no trade clause is any that big of a deal. Eventually, I have found that for the most part, every team will take any player if the scenario is right. And we've seen, 11-year contracts traded, like with Jeff Carter from the Flyers to the Blue Jackets to the LA Kings, right? So it really just comes down to fans have high expectations of him. I think they're fair expectations of him. And he's just got to keep working to get more consistent. At the same time, if you're Jordan Kyrou, you just tune out the noise and go play some hockey and continue to try to get better.
Jordan Kyrou and the Blues taking on the Canucks. Chris Kerber will have the call here on 101 ESPN pregame, 8 p.m. tomorrow night. Kerbs, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week. We'll talk to you next week.
That's Chris Kerber with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Coming up, Doug, we got a little awkward situation on WFAN. This does not involve Mike Francesa.
Whoa.
Yeah, this does not. But it's something that there's been rumblings of this, and now a host decided to call the reporter out for it, and it involves the biggest story in sports as of this morning, and that is Juan Soto's contract and his representation. It's all going to come full circle coming up here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN.
It's time for another moment in Blues history.
On this date back Back in 2000, the Blues would mount a comeback against the Chicago Blackhawks. Back-to-back goals by Tony Amonte in the first period as the Blackhawks would lead by 2 less than 4 minutes in. But Pavel Dimitro would score a power play goal before the end of the first period, and Tyson Nash would score a goal 42 seconds into the start of the second period. Chicago would regain the lead, but then back-to-back goals by Jochen Hecht and Jamal Mayers would give the Blues a 1-goal lead. Steve Sullivan for Chicago would tie it at 4 before the end of the second period expired. But then Pierre Turgeon would be the lone goal scorer at even strength for the Blues, a 5-4 lead, and Jochen Hecht, second of the game, empty netter for a 6-4 Blues victory.
This date in Blues history was powered by Classic Air Care, making people comfortable since 1926. For all your HVAC needs, ClassicAirCare.com.
Yeah, it is Classic Air Care. And when I'm sitting up here in the cold in Edmonton, the one thing that I know is that my house furnace is working well, and the girls and Christy are all warm back in St. Louis. Why? Because just a couple weeks ago, I had Classic Air Care out to the house. They came through, they worked through the unit, they vacuumed it out, they made sure the air filter's right, they made sure that the temperature of the air leaving the unit to the vents is the right variance that it's supposed to have to make sure it's working properly. And now I have the peace of mind to know that it's ready to go. And if it does falter and break down, I know I can call them right away. They'll come out to the house and take care of it. And that's just simple peace of mind, and that's why they're making people comfortable since 1926. You can book an appointment online. You can also buy air filters online, and you'll get the same exact service I did. And you want to know how good their service is? How about a 4.8 Google rating? And you can click on that stars right at the top of their website and get all the reviews you need so you know that you are comfortable because it's your neighbors taking care of you, and that's why they want to make sure that the job is well done. So who do you rely on for all your HVAC needs? It's Classic Air Care. Book an appointment with them at ClassicAirCare.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
If you've been hurt on the job, you don't need the biggest law firm. You need the best. Onder Law, voted 2023's best law firm in St. Louis, is the insurance company playing games, trying to deny the medical treatment you need, refusing to pay your lost wages. Let Onder Law fight for the benefits you deserve. Injured on the job? Call Onder Law for free. 314 or 618-9-million. That's 314 or 618-9, all zeros.
Kevin Moret from Mentality Men's Health. Guys, I know you hate to feel weak. That means something different for every guy, but for most guys, it means the way they look and move through their day. Did you know that 70% of Mentality clients see an increase in their muscle mass, their muscle tone, and the way they look? This means our clients got their confidence back. If you're looking to look and feel the way you did years ago, join the over 25,000 guys at Mentality and get your confidence back. Go to mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Listeners ought to check out Collier & Thompson, support the sponsors, and have the best contractors in St. Louis work on your kitchen remodel, if that's what you want, or bathroom remodel, basement, wine room, whatever. Collier & Thompson does it all, and these are people that you can trust. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. That's not always that common for people in this line of work. They won a Torch Award for ethics from the Better Business Bureau. Collier & Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality. Online at collierandthompson.com.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Still rushing to finish your holiday shopping? Don't worry, we've got you covered. This weekend only, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Earrings, bracelets, pendants, and more. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. But don't wait, this is your final opportunity to find the perfect gift at the best value before the holidays. Plus special designer appearances. Visit us during extended holiday hours or shop online and pick up in store. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com.
The Blues season is in full swing, and you can tune in this Friday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. to hear BK and Ferrario live from the E&B Granite Studio at the Centene Community Ice Center.
Brought to you by Bud Light for the fans on game day, and by E&B Granite, Bernie Federko's only choice for granite countertops, cabinets, and flooring.
Inside the Car Shield Studio, you're listening to TMA on 101 ESPN.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. William T. Gilman.
Think WFAN's bumping in with this?
Francesa used to. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is called The Morning After. It originated, was it July 26th, 2004, Doug?
I don't have the dates, Tim.
Producer Joe tracks that for us.
Okay.
Martin.
Where is Joe? I haven't heard from him at all.
He
Will he
needs
be
to
there
call in.
Thursday?
I highly doubt it. I guess it's possible.
I'm going to reach out.
Yeah. Producer Joe, come on out to Hot Shot South County for the TMA Christmas party.
He's parking cars like the Dickens.
TMA Christmas party is this Thursday night at Hot Shots in South County on Lindbergh. Brand new location. And it's featuring you, Doug, Santa Doug.
Oh.
Do you have your Santa clause on?
No. Am I supposed to go buy one?
Jackson?
I don't think you need to, but worst comes to worst, we're going to take care of you.
Are you really? What does that mean exactly?
Take me to Pleasure Town, Vaughn.
How about that? That's not part of the deal Thursday, is it?
I don't know.
Is Pleasure Town business?
Clip that off. Doug is dressing up as Santa Doug, giving out presents every 10 minutes. This is from 7 to 9 p.m. on Thursday night at Hot Shots. Blues tickets, signed Blues pucks, and then concert tickets, including Post Malone and Jelly Roll, Kendrick Lamar and SZA, Jack White, Disturbed, Linkin Park, and more. This is all coming up on Thursday night for the TMA Toy Drive, which is with Annie's Hope. And that is the charity that is near and dear to the hearts of many of our listeners, because that is the charity tied into the late, great J. Randolph Jr. and his longtime partner, Amy LaBelle. Annie's Hope, please bring a new unwrapped toy. Thursday night, Hot Shots, South County on Lindbergh, brand new location. That's where we will be. And me and Martin are bringing our significant others. Jackson is not bringing his Frank Haith blow-up doll.
Tee-hee. Yeah, it won't be yeah.
Somebody tweeted at me...
It would be great though if you walked in.
I know, that would be really funny.
Can we get a Frank Haith blow-up doll at this point?
Wouldn't you want someone taller? Like, no offense to Frank Haith, although maybe offense needed to be addressed. But wouldn't you want, if you're going to get a basketball player body pillow or a basketball coach body pillow, wouldn't you go taller? Like Kim Anderson, at least you'd have some
Dennis
verticality.
Gates is tall.
Yeah.
You ever been around him?
No, yes, I have.
He's a little taller than me.
Walked past him in Columbia. I was too scared to say anything.
Why?
Beat rock dog.
I just said, I'm such a fanboy. I didn't want to come across like that. I was right in the quad. It felt so nice.
You just say, hey, coach, who's big for you?
There was like 1,000 students around.
Oh.
He was in one of those old golf carts.
If they were in the middle of winless SEC season, would you be a fanboy?
It was on the heels of it. I was walking towards the Murray State or Buffalo game.
What a weird 3 years. The first year shocks the world, makes the NCAA tournament, looks like the greatest hire in the history of Mizzou sports. And then the next year they go 20 straight losses, winless in the SEC. And now this year.
In fairness, it's and this isn't like an excuse, but they had a guy on the team last year named John Tanji, who was a transfer from Colorado State, who was injured all year. He's now averaging like 25 or 26 at Wisconsin right now.
Didn't do it against Marquette on Saturday.
Caleb Grill hurt all year last year. He's got 22
So you're not selling
game.
your Dennis Gates stock before yesterday.
I'm just saying, if you're looking at it, you're like, boy, this middle year here looks really weird. Injuries were a big part of that.
Still, it's hard to lose 20.
Correct.
It's hard to not have one game.
You should be the reporter for the Jets. You can get more of that
I
later.
see what you're doing there, and you're setting up sound. Even though I was going to go to this WFAN sound, this is following the Jets loss yesterday.
I kind of wanted to do the "So What'd Your Grandma Think" intro for that.
Oh,
because it's a great intro, and I want to do that. So
Martin, enjoy this intro for "So What'd Your Grandma Think."
Well, I don't.
James Carlton, I'm going to do a live read.
I think Jackson's scrambling a little bit. Feels like he's oversold. Jackie,
I've
take a 20.
With the help of a step stool, I've stood over the line of scrimmage now for a couple decades, and I can sense when one of my teammates doesn't know the play. So what you do there, Doug, is you either give the phone numbers, the email address, or a live read, and that's where we talk about James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, who presents Gabe DeArmand. I would imagine James is going to be in studio with us here in a matter of moments. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. He has 400 plus 5-star reviews on Google for the service he provides to his clients. I am a James Carlton client. He takes care of me and my family, and I am so happy we made the switch. They do all the paperwork for you when you make the switch. They're always looking for ways to save you money, and it is so easy to work with James and his team at the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. Jackson, how are you looking right now?
Here we go.
All right, Doug.
Sometimes the media asks bad questions, like...
Congratulations. Congratulations. I lost. You lost? Yes. Oh.
Or...
What went through your mind when you were told that the contract was done?
What's that? And when that happens, players will fire back.
I mean, are you looking to get into a pissing match with you and I?
Yeah.
Bro, that's a clown question, bro.
Now it's time for...
So what'd your grandma think?
And that sets us up. Aaron Rodgers, a tough loss yesterday, Doug, for the Jets. And it doesn't look like it's going to be a Super Bowl season at this point.
I disagree. If the Jets could just get on a winning streak, we'll talk about it for the next 2 hours.
Aaron Rodgers is really, really engaged. Here is his post-game yesterday in Miami following the Jets loss.
Hit the organization now, it's 14 straight years without making the playoffs. That's almost hard to do, right? What's the question? Well, can you reflect on that and just why? I mean, I've started 1 year, so I'm a part of it for 1 year. It's disappointing.
What else is he supposed to say?
Can you reflect on it?
On the 14 years, most of which you were in Green Bay for, can you comment?
Yeah, like what was he supposed to say?
I think he handled that just about right.
No, I think he can be smug and the smartest guy in the room, but in this situation, he's 100% correct.
What do you want me to say? I wasn't the starter for 14 years. Matter of fact, I was the starter for one of the 14 years.
Aaron, how disappointing for you that you weren't able to help this franchise dig out what's been a losing stretch. You know, I know you came here with high hopes, frustrated to know that it just didn't work out. Something along those lines.
You're putting on a little seminar today in terms of sports media. I liked it. I like it.
All right, here is the audio I deep teased. Now, you have the Juan Soto $765 million contract. His representation, Scott Boras. Amongst those of us in the sports media, and I think amongst some fans as well, there is a theory that I think has some credibility, that some reporters are tied in with some agents, just like some coaches and some managers are tied in with some reporters. It oftentimes is currency. You give me the scoop, I'll write good things about you. That's kind of, as sad as it might sound, that's kind of the game. And I'm not saying that's across the board, but I'm just saying that kind of goes on. And in this case, with Jon Heyman and Scott Boras, one of the oft-talked-about partnerships, Jon Heyman was on WFAN, and Jackson, it got a little awkward?
It sure did. Kevin McPherson is the host on
Okay, I'd like to
WFAN.
hear that. Hit the lever, please, Pale.
You bet.
What I think is it just like how I introduced you. Everybody in baseball knows who you are. So one, it's a credit to your work, your following, and how.
By the way, I won't be going out with you again. The whole thing has been a disaster.
That's okay.
I can't even believe you said that to question my integrity.
Are you being serious right now?
I'm being serious. Yeah,
John.
Asking me if I'm getting a cut because I have a relationship with an agent. That's outrageous. I know you're not a journalist. You don't know anything about this. I know you don't, but that's an outrageous comment. You should know that
it's
much.
Friday night at 8:30, John.
You should know that much.
And I am
I'm
not.
done with you.
I am
and
not
I'm
taking
done with
this that
WFAN.
serious.
Goodbye.
John, thank you for
I
joining
can't
us,
even
John.
believe it.
Thank
I
you,
can't
John.
even believe it.
Thank you, John. Appreciate your time. He's got to get to bed. I did not expect it to go that way.
Gary, come back.
What did he say?
I need to know more.
Yeah. Is the audio like how he led into him available?
What the tweet that I
what Kevin McPherson said to Jon Heyman that set Heyman off. It sounds like, based on Heyman's response, and it did sound like he kind of lost it there at the end. The voice got very high. Is that he implied that he was getting a cut from Scott Boras?
Yes, he was alluding. McPherson was alluding to Heyman getting kind of paid off by Scott Boras. There was also mentions of some tweet he sent out about Aaron Judge a few years ago. I can't remember all the details of it, but it was essentially McPherson making jokes or alluding to like, oh, you're getting a cut from Boras to talk good about certain clients, this, that, or the other.
How long did the interview go? Because that feels like that would have been the end. As soon as that, because Heyman, probably rightfully so, was offended by that. I feel like as soon as that joke or reference is made, it would have gone sideways. I wonder how lengthy the whole exchange was, right? Because you wouldn't have done a normal interview. If you got pissed off at the beginning, you wouldn't 10 minutes later say, by the way, I didn't like the way you started, and I'm mad, I'm offended.
I got to hear that whole thing.
Yeah, I kind of... Jackie, just put it on your list.
All right, I'll put then the errors and omissions. I'll have more on
errors and omissions.
Okay, because we omitted the part where you offended him.
Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can partake that way, or the YouTube chat where, what about, Doug? I'll give you the exact number.
Okay.
304 friends with a feather are gathered right now at youtube.com/TMASTL, and they're talking it over.
All right, I got some background.
What have you got?
Look at this.
So this is what McPherson said. He said, I saw your tweet that Juan Soto might come up, and that's the main thing. And when I look at your tweets and when I look at your history, I always say, okay, this guy's part of Boris Corps. What's the percentage of the Juan Soto contract that you're going to get when you break the news on where he signs? There was a brief silence before Heyman chuckled and said, no. Unfortunately, I get no money for anything. I have no financial stake. Not even 0.1, and 0.1 would be a lot. McPherson interjected, no, Heyman confirmed, no stake. I don't know where you get that from, end quote.
Wow. And the more he thought about it, the more he got mad.
So this is applying a read, which is completely unfair, but essentially, Doug, our currency is speculation. Mm-hmm. My read is McPherson was just totally joking around, and Heyman has heard enough about being in Boris's pocket that drove him up the wall, and the more he thought about it, it pissed him off, and it's been bubbling under the surface for a while. That's my read.
Yeah,
and
that
anytime
sounds about right.
I read quotes like this, it sounds like the vocal context is very important.
You heard Heyman's voice crack.
Right, yes. In terms of Heyman, like McPherson could have said that in a total tongue-in-cheek manner, and I'm reading it monotone, like I always read things.
I wouldn't mind hearing that again, because I feel like the host is shocked that it's turning this way, and then Heyman's getting really upset as it plays out.
You want me to play it again?
Yes, let's play it again.
Let's get a quorum. Can I have a quorum?
Sure, I'd like to hear it.
Thank you.
The A's have it.
All right, here it goes, Pale.
What I think is it just like how I introduced you. Everybody in baseball knows who you are. So one, it's a credit to your work, your following, and how.
By the way, I won't be going out with you again. The whole thing has been a disaster.
That's okay.
I can't even believe you said that to question my integrity.
Are you being serious right now?
I'm being serious. Yeah.
John,
asking me if I'm getting a cut because I have a relationship with an agent. That's outrageous. I know you're not a journalist. You don't know anything about this. I know you don't, but that's an outrageous comment. You should know that
it's
much.
Friday night at 8:30, John.
You should know that much.
And I am not.
Done with you.
I am not
I'm
taking this that
WFAN.
serious.
Goodbye,
John. Thank you for joining
I can't
us,
even
John.
believe it.
Thank
I
you,
can't
John.
even believe it.
Oh,
Thank
gosh.
you, John. Appreciate
Right
your time. He's got to get to bed. I did not expect it to go that way.
He said, I'm done, but he didn't hang up. That's why I didn't get that part when he said, I'm done with WFAN, and then he was still there. And there was immediate chuckle, but Kevin laughed at his own comment to kind of awkwardly.
That's the awkward, like when something gets like serious when you think it's a joke and you have to kind of chuckle it off. I've seen it multiple times. It's really uncomfortable for everybody involved.
I feel like I've been there. I just can't think of when. It's probably happened on the show 100 times.
A lot of callers.
Passon was mad at Doug. Yeah, that was surprising.
Yeah.
Klebs told Bob, racist, and hung up on him.
That happened. I wasn't there for that one, but I do recall that one. Yeah.
Brendan Warner called Brian Burwell, John Marisek, and then a nervous Rick Smith, the PR guy, called, hey, you got to stop playing that clip. You got to call off the jam. He called it because they played it like 10 times. I do. At some point, I'm going to need to hear Gary Coleman as well, because he was really the master of storming off. When you don't like the line of questioning, and what I'm doing now, Tim, is elongating this story.
You're pro's pro.
So that Jackie has time, because we rediscovered this, and it was a Stedman favorite too. Gary Coleman storming off the set, and I would say to John Heyman, you got to make it more definitive. When you're done and you're walking off, don't hang on, because then your voice might crack. And all
you can't really slam down a phone nowadays.
Like
that used to be a nice way to end things. Yeah,
it is true.
Because she's pushing my buttons, and I don't like her now. And the next thing I'm going to do is leave. So all of you.
Oh.
Gary, come back.
No, you.
Oh,
I love that too much.
Gary, come back.
No.
You can send your emails in on Gary Coleman the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The YouTube chat active as the day is long. Look, Don Peepy's talking a bitchin' about sports, and DJ Patty Cakes and Ricky Summers and Droid Effects. They're all in there, Doug. They're all in there.
Okay,
and
that's
they're all
good.
talking it over.
That's fine.
James Carlton and Gabe DeArmand in the 9 o'clock hour. Fisher Window and Door Store sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour. This program is called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Onder Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com. This week, 101 ESPN has your Cardinals ticket pack hookup for the 2025 season. Cardinals ticket packs are your chance to secure tickets to many of 2025's highest demand games and promotional giveaways. Plus, new for 2025, fans can build their own flex pack, and packs include Cards Cash. Keep listening all this week to 101 ESPN for your next chance to score a Cardinals ticket pack for the 2025 season, and find all the St. Louis Cardinals ticket pack info now at cardinals.com/holiday.
It's the season of giving. Go to SwissAirSTL.com for huge holiday savings.
Hey, holiday heroes. It's a special time of year at Shane Company. As a family business for 4 generations, we know firsthand that fine jewelry is the gift that says it all. From the engagement ring that says, "You're the one," to the diamond tennis bracelet that says, "Thank you for being you." We have the widest selection of fine jewelry gifts, in stock and ready to take home. Come pick out a pair of hand-matched diamond stud earrings or a necklace with a colorful gemstone. Check out our new Bloom collection, one of owner Tom Shane's favorites this year, featuring stunning sapphires, emeralds, or rubies. At Shane Company, every gift and every price range is crafted to our high-quality standards. We have jewelers working in every store to bring your gifts to life, making sure rings fit just right, setting center stones and engagement rings by hand, and engraving your pieces to make your gifts even more special. Your gifts will always be protected with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com and come see us in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The goal of having your finances set up right is so you can have the things in life that you want for yourself, your family, and your community. That's the approach taken by Mark Hanna and his team at Evergreen Wealth Strategies, who helps everyday people every day with their overall financial situation. Call Mark Hanna at 314-889-0503 or online at evergreenstl.com. Equitable Advisors, LLC, member FINRA SIPC, a broker-dealer. Equitable Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Year-end sales event. Every vehicle, $29 down at Frank Leda Mitsubishi in Bridgeton.
29? Are they out of their mind? You see, Max, the holidays drive everyone crazy. Especially Frank Leda. Frank Leda Mitsubishi.
Hi, mister.
Ah!
Did you hear? It's a year-end sales event.
Thanks, kid, but my credit's in the doghouse. No offense, Max.
That's okay. Tell him, mister.
Don't stress about credit. All you need is a job and $29 at Frank Leda Mitsubishi in the auto outlet.
A job, eh?
Get 0.99% financing for 60 months, plus acres of pre-owned. You could save thousands.
Thousands?
Yes, and all you need is $29 down.
Good Mom! I'm tingly! I can't take it!
You're happy!
Because every vehicle is $29 down. Now at Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Leda Mitsubishi.
In the automotive outlet in Bridgeton.
YesLeda.com.
YesLeda.com!
#1 based on the National Mitsubishi Report as of 9/1/24. New 24 Mirage, 19.3, 29 down, $320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR. Plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
This is a special report from the Missouri Lottery. There's still time to get holiday scratchers and draw games for everyone on your shopping list, even if you are the one at the top of said list. Don't worry, we won't tell. The Missouri Lottery. Play responsibly.
Sponsored by Spas and More.
Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options, Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Take the fast lane home weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. with Anthony Stalter, Jamie Rivers, and Carrie Davis on 101 ESPN. 2 former pros and 1 average Joe. The fast lane is driven by Scrap Mart Metals Recycling. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Action Jackson with the SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Nuggets defeat the Hawks last night, 141-111. Nikola Jokic with 48 points and 14 rebounds to boot. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Gabe DeArmand going to join us. Coming up, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. If you are interested in this sharp-looking merch that the Chairman Kurt and I are wearing, you can get it at tmastlshop.com for the holidays. Doug, there's nothing that says, ladies, I'm doing very well financially, than that TMA logo.
And nobody wears it better than you, Tim.
Good for you, Doug.
Did you lemming yourself?
Yeah, he lemminged himself.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind a cap. I'll get on there and pick out a cap.
Yeah, there's some good caps on there. Billy
The
Vixen.
larger melon size.
TMASTLshop.com is where you can get your TMA merch. Quarter zips, hats, hoodies, T-shirts. What a wonderful gift. Nothing looks better next to the Yule log.
You got Yule logs? That's just like something you throw in the fireplace.
What about
right?
Yuletide?
Yuletide is like the season.
Channel 11 would put on the
Yes!
fireplace for Christmas Eve, and it would just be playing on the screen for a top-rated show.
And
for
it still
Channel.
got higher ratings than
Yes.
golf.
To give everybody the day off,
Well,
and
if
you get
you-
high ratings both.
If you just flipped on your TV,
Okay,
there would
gotcha.
be the log burning.
Do they
YouTube
take
had-
commercial breaks from that?
YouTube has that.
think so.
Or Harry Potter has one like that on HBO where it's like 4 hours of a fireplace and little Harry Potter stuff pops
Now,
up.
here's what you do. I don't need to do sports the entire week after Christmas. Just keep the log playing. People love it.
I see the first segment of today's program is up on the podcast, and it's titled, I Am Nimble, Thank You. Chairman, you name the segments on the TMA podcast, and you subscribe to the TMA podcast on the TMA STL app, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Where did I Am Nimble, Thank You come from?
It came out of Jackson's mouth.
Nice.
I don't remember the context, but I type it when somebody says something like that. I type it in. Sometimes they get cut as a new one comes out, but we went with that one.
I referred to him as nimble. We were discussing the playing of the drops, the Paul Schaefer keyboard, the system, and whether we could kind of alter it a little bit for more drops. And I said, you are nimble, and he agreed.
I like cookies.
How about that? Sassy Cassie, friend of the program.
Keep it going, buddy. Keep it going.
Oh, I pay him straight cash.
There's the Plowhawk.
Keep it going. Keep it going.
He's gonna
Make it happen, Mosaic.
He's
What
going
else
to be
you got?
excited
Come on,
about
one more. Come on, Jay.
ILL taking on Gamecocks.
They've never played before.
Is that right?
Yeah, in the history of football with the Gamecocks and the Illini, they've never met. Making that Citrus Bowl even more enticing.
Yeah.
Doug laughed.
The fact that they didn't play in 1947 really makes me want to watch that game this year.
Stacey McMillan.
I can't believe that. Do you know how many times Missouri and Iowa played in the last 114 years?
Can we have a hint?
I would say less than 10.
Chairman Kurt knows, I can tell. No, really? Wow. I can't believe
Like
this is
7,
right.
8 times or something? Or
Anybody want to fire?
Seems like that would have been a school they'd played a lot 100 years ago. Because
the
you could
last 100
drive
years?
there.
One time.
I think I was
Really?
I think
Inside Bowl was
at
the
that
only
game,
one?
yeah, in Tempe.
How about that?
That's surprising.
That's stunning.
For a bordering state?
Yeah.
Is that, you think that's the least amount Missouri's played one of the 8 bordering states?
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be.
question.
Because they play Kentucky and Tennessee and Arkansas and
Oklahoma.
for years they played
Nebraska,
Oklahoma, and
Kansas.
Kansas, Nebraska every year.
Just workshop that right into the answer.
Yeah, how's that feel,
Very
Jackson?
easy answer.
It feels like we closed the loop quickly, and I'm happy about that.
We'll check with the Colonel on that, get it validated. He loved yesterday at Mizzou Arena. Get his thoughts on the festivities coming up. He's brought to you by James Carlton's Gabe DeArmand, coming up here in the 9 o'clock hour on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This Saturday, Army and Navy pregame at 1, kickoff at 2. The NCAA plays on 101 ESPN.
Swissair Heating and Cooling is offering a $2,000 rebate and 12 months no financing. SwissAirSTL.com.
It sounds crazy in December, but a great idea. Get the family together and go to the zoo. Yes, this time of year, the zoo is a great spot because they have the Wild Lights display, more than 1 million twinkling lights, festive menus, zoo attractions, kids' activities. I drove by there on Saturday. The place was packed. This is going on. Wild Lights at the St. Louis Zoo. Great holiday tradition. Now through December 29th. And you can support the St. Louis Zoo this holiday season by gifting a zoo membership. Together Credit Union offering exclusive zoo membership membership for members who sign up for the St. Louis Zoo debit card. All Together Credit Union members with the St. Louis Zoo debit card get that sea lion plush toy plus exclusive membership benefits to the zoo, including parking perks, attraction tickets, discounts at the zoo. It's the St. Louis Zoo debit card. It also empowers you to give back. You're able to round up with all of your transactions, helping the St. Louis Zoo do more in the community, including Wild Care Park. Enroll now. TogetherCU.org/zoo. TogetherCU.org, or stop by any of Together Credit Union's 14 local branches. Happy holidays from your friends at Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Past results afford no guarantee of future results. Every case is different and must be judged on its own merits.
At Onder Law, we deliver big judgments for the little guy. We've negotiated over $5 billion in settlements. Onder Law takes on the biggest industries and holds them accountable. We've won millions for victims of truck accidents, drunk driving crashes, and workers' compensation. Call Onder Law, 314 or 618-9-million. That's 314 or 618-9, all zeros.
Make your picks for this week's Fastlane Pick'em Challenge at 101ESPN.com. Show off your football knowledge and see if you can top the Fastlane and the dudes from the Rizzuto Show on the point. For this week's top score, it's the Fastlane and the Riz Show throwing down all football season long in the Pick'em Challenge. Enter your picks for this week right now at 101ESPN.com.
Refreshed by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL. Easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy.
Live from the Car Shield Studio, this is TMA on 101 ESPN. We're talking Tigers football with Gabe DeArmand of PowerMissou.com.
Brought to you by James Carlton of State Farm. Let James protect you on the road and at home this football season. CarltonInsurance.net.
Called Missouri, which I wrote. There is a state which I live in, which is called Missouri. It is called Missouri. Missouri is where I live. Missouri is where I live. Missouri is where I live.
Hey, you were a little early last week.
I was. I missed it by
you
one.
figured it out this week. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMA. STL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, and James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is in studio. CarltonInsurance.net.
What a morning.
Are you in the greatest of spirits, just like Jackson is? Nobody, he says, y'all can't tell me nothing. That's what he said.
That's right. No, I mean, as somebody that lived in Wichita for 4 years of their adolescence, this is a big, big game. And to finally get one as their number one ranking, I mean, that was huge. I thoroughly enjoyed that yesterday.
What were you doing in Wichita?
I lived there for 4 years. That's where my stepmom got a job from the Koch brothers out there in 1997. Moved out to Wichita, Kansas. So obviously I have a lot of friends that are Jayhawk fans, and they usually have the last laugh, but that was good yesterday.
Colonel's with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines to give us his perspective. Great thoughts on PowerMissou.com, Colonel, as something that we almost didn't even get to when we were with you on Friday. Missouri, Kansas becomes the lead story in St. Louis area, and I'm sure Kansas City area, throughout Missouri sports, with the shocking win. What is your biggest takeaway from what you saw yesterday?
Well, first of all, it's the first time since 1997 that Missouri has beaten a number one ranked team when two precocious young gentlemen with full heads of hair were inspiring drinking games with their efforts on the university-owned television station.
That's exactly right, Doug. Martin, the Colonel, and I covered that game, and our assignment for sports reporting class at the University of Missouri Journalism School, taught by Brian Nooner, who was the sports director, was we had to put together a music video of the game, no matter what the outcome would be. And KU had, Paul Pierce, Rafe LaFrance, Jacques Vaughn.
Yeah.
So the expectation was it wouldn't be a great win. Instead, it became a classic, and Missouri shocked the Jayhawks in double overtime. Corey Tate with the game winner.
But you guys had good hair?
We had full heads of hair. Yeah,
that was kind of the lead that day.
I hadn't started Propecia yet. Colonel was young, fit, Slim, he wasn't on the PowerMizzou.com train yet. We were just at KOMU. Two precocious reporters.
What was the music you chose then?
This is really something that speaks to the era because you couldn't ever do this now with music rights fees. But we started with Pat Benatar's Hit Me With Your Best Shot.
Oh, gosh.
And then we, midway through, played Rudy, the final sequence from Rudy's. Somebody just moaned. I heard somebody moan. Is that James?
And then
that was Martin. I love Rudy.
And then you ended with Another One Bites the Dust.
It couldn't have been more cliche, but when you're 20 years old, you think you're putting together an Academy Award winner.
The world is a worse place because Tina E's in Missouri was not around for that.
Thank you, Colonel. That's exactly right. Yep.
Yeah.
And we spent all night working on the whole thing.
And that's how they taught journalism, was find a good song.
Yeah, and it was still awful, I'm sure.
The video was all washed out.
Think Buck Swope has it somewhere?
I wouldn't be surprised if Swope had it.
But no, from the game though, the biggest takeaway is they have this in them. Like I don't know if we knew, because that wasn't. I mean, if what you take away from that game is, the 31-6 run or whatever it was that it got it back within 2, that's fine. I more take away, at one point, they were up 24 points on Kansas, and Kansas looked panicked. I mean, they did not know what to do in that atmosphere with that defense. And more than that, and Bill Self said this after the game, and he's 100% right, Missouri's more athletic than Kansas. They have – I'm not saying they have better basketball players, but they have better athletes than Kansas does, and it's not particularly close.
And they've got some length. You see these guys running the floor.
Yeah.
These guys, and if you dig a little deeper on it, it's hard because the rosters had so much turnover. But these kids that are coming here, I mean, Tamar Bates was an Indiana recruit. Mark Mitchell was at Duke. Gray was at South Carolina. So maybe we just kind of overlooked the potential talent on the roster.
Well, I think a lot of people were hopeful, but after what happened last year, it just kind of clouds your judgment on everything. But this is – it's not there yet, but it's on the way to being what Florida State was when they were really good. I mean, I remember the Michael Porter year, Missouri played Florida State in the NCAA tournament. And so when it's the tournament, you're down there to cover shoot-arounds and media day and everything the day before. And, I mean, that Florida State team got off the bus, and you just look and go, oh, my God, they look like a roster full of 4- and 5-star defensive end recruits. I mean, they're somewhere between 6'6" and 6'10". They're all just cut and long and lean, and they all looked like the exact same player almost. And it's not there yet with Missouri, but, Gates has said since he got here, right, I'm going to pull guys who aren't shooting open shots. I want every player on the floor to be able to handle the ball, to be able to shoot the ball, all that. And the biggest shot in that game comes from the corner on a three-pointer the corner where he took it, based on where the press seats are, we can't see that corner when people are excited and standing up. We have to watch on the video board. So Kansas has gotten back within 2. Missouri hits a corner 3 to go up 5. And I looked at the guy sitting next to me, and I said, was that Mark Mitchell? And, if you know Mark Mitchell is the guy shooting that shot, you're sitting there going, oh, my God, no, please don't do this. He should not be able to shoot the ball from outside about 4 feet. But that's what Dennis Gates' system is, and he hit the biggest shot of the day. So the roster is getting to what he wants it to be with this year. And I think better than the transfers, I wrote about this morning, what you're encouraged by is some of the younger guys were really contributors in that game and have been contributors in the last few games. I mean, Marcus Allen hit 2 huge free throws. Anthony Robinson's turning into a star. Peyton Marshall, look, he wasn't great yesterday. He only played 4 minutes, but came in and just ran over Hunter Dickinson. And I thought kind of sent a message of, look, you're not going to come in here and be the aggressor and intimidate us. We're ready for this fight. And it was Kansas that backed down.
Gabe, I'll speak for Jackson because he doesn't have a mic right now. I have his mic. But he's been saying for weeks that the issue is coaching malpractice by not sticking with the rotation. I bet there were 4 or 5 guys with over 30 minutes yesterday. In particular, Gray played outstanding with his time. You were mentioning Peyton Marshall relieved him for a bit. I would say that the first time I went to a Mizzou-Kansas game was top 5 most excited I'd ever been for an event. I think I literally slept outside to get a good spot. And then walking in yesterday, I got there maybe about tip-off. Like the shine is kind of worn down. But my goodness, was that a great atmosphere. What did you think about the crowd yesterday?
No, it was phenomenal. And it's never going to be what people of our age grew up watching. Because you're not playing for a conference title. You're not 2 weeks later going over to Lawrence for the payback. It's different. There's no question. But that doesn't mean it can't be great. I mean, Louisville, Kentucky is great all the time. There are other non-conference matchups that are really exciting and good. And yesterday was a phenomenal atmosphere. And I've written this a couple places, but I think Missouri deserves credit because we all remember the whole thing with the Antlers getting moved away from the court, and we want a neutral to positive atmosphere for our visiting opponents and all that. Yesterday was not that. Yesterday was 10 minutes before pregame as Kansas is coming out of the tunnel, playing Mr. Brightside beginning to end in the entire arena, screaming obscenities at KU. And, guess what, guys? It's okay. Nobody died because of that. If you're 20 years old and you've never heard the F word in your life, then you have led a different existence than I have, and it's okay to hear it. It's not the worst thing in the world. And that was a great atmosphere. I mean, Self walked out past the student section, and he got it bigger than any of them because he's the symbol of Kansas, right? Hunter Dickinson's been there 2 years. Now, DeJuan Harris, granted, has been there 19, but still not as long as Bill has been. And, I mean, he was getting it from the student section, and he just looked up and smiled at him, and you could tell he kind of wanted to wave and acknowledge it. And I think the best thing to come out of this is, first of all, this actually is a rivalry again now. Now, it's not all the way back, but, it wasn't the first 3 years. It was just hey, we're trying to make this thing happen, but Missouri couldn't make it competitive. Now it's a rivalry because Missouri's won one, and Bill Self is – he gets it, and he's okay with this happening again. Bill's the reason it didn't happen for 9 years or whatever it was, but he got over it. Time heals all wounds, and his post-game press conference was phenomenal. He leans into this, and you need that to happen. And then on the other side, Dennis Gates gets it now, and I don't think he got it his first year or two.
Gabe, can we switch to football for a moment? Because today is what you refer to as Green Monday. Is that right? There's Black Friday, obviously, after Thanksgiving. Green Monday is when free agency starts in college football as the transfer portal opens.
That came from a source of mine last week.
I love
that's
it.
What coaches are calling it. Yeah.
Green Monday. Well, so far, Mizzou has lost Mekhi Miller and Little John, the linebacker, into the portal. But to Drink's credit, the last few years, anybody that had meaningful playing time, he's really retained those players. What are your thoughts on any attrition that Mizzou might see during the portal window that's short here coming up? And Miller Moss coming in town tomorrow. What are you hearing on that?
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of guys that leave because there are a lot of guys that leave everywhere. Now, I don't anticipate anyone who's a major contributor. If you are getting significant playing time at a power conference school that is doing pretty well, unless they just tell you we can't pay you what we wanted to pay you, I don't know that you're going to look around a lot. So I don't expect many impactful departures. There will be, and this year more than ever, there will be a lot of departures because all of these teams with revenue sharing and with the scholarship limits everybody thinks are coming, everybody's got to be down to 105 total players. So, last week, we saw 3 or 4 Missouri walk-on specialists enter the portal. Guys literally who I had not heard of. I didn't know were on the roster. And a part of that is that these coaches around the country are having to tell kids like that, we just don't have a spot for you next year because we have to be down to 105 players. So you're going to see a lot of guys that nobody really knows who they are at schools across the country entering the portal. Missouri will have, I think, probably 4 or 5, maybe 6 visitors on campus tomorrow. Today's the first day visits can happen. Missouri's are all starting tomorrow. I think mostly because then that way they can use Monday as a travel day, get in town tonight, and start the visit, at 8 a.m. tomorrow or whatever. Miller Moss is the headliner. 24/7 has him ranked as one of the top 10 players in the portal going into Monday. And he's clearly the top quarterback target. Now, they have other guys on the list. They will move on to other guys if Miller Moss goes elsewhere. But he's here Tuesday and Wednesday. He goes to Louisville after that. Been reported he may take a third visit this weekend, but that has not yet been scheduled. Missouri's goal is that he takes no more visits, that he comes, he likes what he sees, the price has been agreed upon, and by, Wednesday night, Thursday morning, Miller Moss is committed to Missouri.
But besides quarterback, what are the other areas that the Tigers need to beef up on for next year?
Well, they've got to have offensive line, especially because Armand Membo went pro. I think, and he's signing with an agent. There's no chance he's coming back next year. So I think you need at least one, maybe two starters on the offensive line out of the portal. You need a linebacker. You desperately need defensive backs. And they're looking at both punter and kicker. So I think those are the men. And then they're going to want a wide receiver one option, like a guy who has proven at this level. They really like Josh Manning. They really like Marquise Johnson, the Daniel Blood, the freshman coming in. But none of those guys has had, an 800-900-yard season at this level. So they want somebody who's proven it. And from what I hear, there are going to be a lot of options for that in the portal.
Gabe DeArmand, our guest here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chair McCurtain, James Carlton sponsoring the segment, all with you here on the program. Colonel, for those who are not aware, the way that the schedule works next year is all of the SEC games that Missouri had with their opponents this year are the same opponents next year. They will just flip home and away. In other words, Doug, you'll get a chance to see Mississippi State and Columbia this coming year.
Okay.
Is that correct, Gabe?
Yes. Yeah, that is the plan.
So that means Missouri's conference opponents next year, just to reset it, Vanderbilt, Texas A&M, Auburn, Alabama, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Mississippi State, and then Arkansas is a constant as the, quote, rivalry game. So therefore, is it fair to say that in 2026, Missouri's conference opponents will be the following, and just picture where they are ranked right now as I say these: Georgia, Texas, Tennessee, Ole Miss, LSU, Florida.
No, it's not at all fair to say that.
So that isn't the way that it's going to be.
No, nothing about 2026 has been set.
Okay, that's good news, because as I was thinking that this weekend, I thought, boy, they better really try to make something happen in 25.
Yeah. So what they're going to do is they will have. My guess is you will have only one permanent opponent, because the message that the College Football Playoff Committee just sent everybody: don't schedule tough games. Like, just go win easy games, and you've got a better chance to get in. And so what that means, all this talk about the SEC going to 9 games, forget it. There's no way it's happening. Not until things change with the selection process and the playoff format and all that, which, by the way, also is not set past 2025. Yeah. So I anticipate an 8-game conference schedule for the foreseeable future, which means instead of 3 permanent opponents, you're going to have 1. Missouri's will be Arkansas. That means you're not going to get Oklahoma every year, because Oklahoma's obviously going to get Texas every year. And then they will rotate the other 7 games. But it'll start over in 2026. Like, there will probably be a couple teams that Missouri played in 2024 and 25 still on the 26 schedule, which means you're still going to have situations like Missouri had with, I think, like, this year might have been the first time Missouri had played Texas A&M since 2014. And so you're still going to have some of that. It's still going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, when I was going through the schedule, I'm going, okay, if it flips, sweet mother of mercy, would that be rough? You never know what a team's going to be, but my God, that would have been. What is your reaction to what we saw with the college football playoff rankings yesterday?
Like, there's no good way to do this, right? And this has all been created, and it doesn't matter if you put 12 teams in or 16 or 80. People are always going to complain about who is the first team that didn't get in. Look, Alabama could have gotten in. Don't go wet your pants at Oklahoma. You're in the playoff. That's it. That's all they had to do. they're in the playoff. South Carolina, make one or two more plays, you're in the playoff. Ole Miss, don't lose to an awful Kentucky team, you're in the playoff. So I have no sympathy for a team that gets left out at number 12 or number 13. Are there things that could be better? Sure. The biggest problem with this is because ESPN wants an hour of programming and wants things for Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith to yell about on Wednesday mornings, even though they don't pay attention to any of it all year long, is that we do this ranking show for 6 weeks before the actual ranking.
I couldn't agree. You and Nick Saban are on the same page, Gabe.
Yeah, just do what the college basketball committee does. Here's our field. And then, look, we can go back and debate. When the first team left out of the college basketball tournament is left out, we can go back and debate. Hey, was it the loss on February 14th? Was it the conference tournament loss? Was it the schedule? We don't know. With college football, they told us coming into this week, SMU is better than Alabama. You know, Alabama's better. Like Miami went into this week with no chance to make the playoff. If we hadn't had those 5 shows, Miami and Ole Miss and South Carolina fans and Alabama fans and SMU fans are all watching this going, hey, are we going to get in? And even if the results are the same, like at least we don't have 5 weeks of just nothing. But all it is content for ESPN. And look, ESPN and Fox, and they run college football, and anybody that thinks they don't has their head in the sand. So, hey, this is the deal you made, you know, and with Alabama, with the SEC teams that got left out, my argument has been, yeah, it's hard. You knew that when you joined. If you don't want it to be hard, go join the Big 12. You all would have won the Big 12 this year, and you would be in the playoff. If that's what your goal is, then call up Brett Yormark and get in his conference. I promise he'll take you.
I wonder what would have happened. I mean, this is obviously hypothetical. It doesn't matter. Had Ole Miss not lost to Florida, and they were in that thing until the very end, had Alabama not had that debacle in Norman, and had Lenora Sellers not gotten hurt against LSU earlier on in the season, and they are all sitting there at 10 wins, does the SEC wind up with 6 teams in the college football playoff?
I mean, SMU's out. Indiana's out. At a minimum, you know, I think everybody else is probably still the same. So I think one of those teams probably doesn't get in because of the auto bids. You know, what happens if SMU knows how to cover a kickoff late in regulation? Yeah. There's a million different things. I think the biggest problem, and a lot of people have pointed this out, is that like the happiest team in the playoff right now is Penn State, which lost to Ohio State in the regular season and lost the Big Ten title game, and they get SMU at home and Boise at a neutral site, while Oregon's first playoff game, which went unbeaten, is a neutral site against either Ohio State or Tennessee.
Absolutely.
I mean, literally, and we've talked about this all year, you don't want to be the 1 seed.
So I would imagine will be the last year of this. If not, it won't go past next year when they set up a new playoff in 26. You think it's going to go to 14 or 16?
I don't know. I don't have I like 12. No, I mean, I like 12. I don't have a problem with 12. I don't have a problem with auto bids. Look, there's not going to, like when it was 2, we complained about, well, you know, what about 3? When it was 4, we complained, what about 5? If it goes to 16, we'll complain about what about 17? I mean, that's part of it. I was listening to the Yahoo podcast this morning, and Dan Wetzel made a great point. He said, the chaos isn't a problem. The chaos is what makes this sport great. You know, it's not a bug you need to fix. It's a function of the program.
Yeah.
And like I said, you want to be in? Go win another game. And yes, it's hard. It's supposed to be hard.
Yeah. Either way, no matter what, I'm still so much more into what's coming here over the next few weeks than I would have been if it were the old 4-team or 2-team playoff. So in that sense,
look, these are fun games. I'm looking forward to these games. Texas, Clemson, that's great.
Notre Dame and Indiana playing each other on a Friday night. I mean, holy crap! You know, this is going to be outstanding.
Gabe, do you think
here's the biggest change I'd make? I'd have the second round games on campus because Boise hosting Penn State.
Yeah.
I'm way more into that than Boise, Penn State, Atlanta, or whatever.
Yeah.
I was just concerned, Gabe, that on Sunday the win over Kansas sort of overshadowed the Music City Bowl, and I'm just hoping people don't lose sight of that. But it is close by. You think they'll travel well?
Yeah, look, I mean, that was Missouri's either – I know their top 2 submissions to the SEC were Nashville and Vegas. You know, And so what that meant is your opponent's pool is Iowa, Michigan, Nebraska. They're all they're fine. None of them are particularly exciting teams. None of them are particularly good teams. The way I summed it up today, I said it's a perfectly ho-hum bowl game to sum up really what was kind of a ho-hum season for both teams. Like, they're fine. They weren't bad. They weren't great. It's funny, though. This will be the second time Missouri and Iowa have played in 114 years.
So I just gave that stat in the previous segment, and I was like, I can't believe that's correct, and you're confirming it. They've only played twice in 114 years. Unreal.
Yeah. Like Missouri fans wanted to play, like, say, USC. Well, they played USC 3 times since they played Iowa a second time. But I don't know. The fans of both teams will be interested, will watch that day. Some people will take their families down and make a weekend out of it. But these games haven't really mattered for quite a while. But in the playoff era, these games completely don't matter. I mean, guys, I honestly don't even know who's playing in most of the non-playoff bowl games because I was busy yesterday and just didn't see it. And, I'll watch Missouri, Iowa. The other ones, hey, if I'm around and nothing's going on, I'll turn them on, but nobody cares about them.
Yeah,
shot at the Snoop Dogg Bowl.
Colonel, always appreciate the time. Wonderful coverage of Missouri, Kansas on PowerMizzou.com. Gabe DeArmand brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency online at carltoninsurance.net. Thank you, Colonel.
Appreciate you guys.
There he is. That's Gabe DeArmand with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Martin, we've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, and I got breaking news. What? Just across my desk. Jackson, have you seen this from Mike Midnight Rider, brother? If you've never emailed in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, brother, today is your day.
Why?
TMA has your shot to score a 6-game Cardinal bobblehead ticket pack for the 2025 season. The 6-game pack features all the 2025 bobblehead giveaways next year, including Mason Wynn, Ozzie Smith, and more. Cardinal ticket packs go on sale tomorrow, but you can text in. We're going to do it email in. Win the email of the day to win a set of Cardinal tickets for today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email day. We got a prize. We got a prize.
Do we ever?
The morning after at InsideSTL.com, maybe Buck Swope or JV golf coach will be handsomely rewarded. Or maybe a new 101 listener getting familiar with the show goes, I'm going to try my hand at the email of the day today to see if I can win some Cardinal tickets. See if you can. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We'll do the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. Martin, we're very happy Design Air clients.
Design Air, 4th generation St. Louis business. You hear us talking about Seth Goldcamp, the family business. What really matters is when that technician is at your home and they let you know what repairs are needed on the furnace. You do not need somebody trying to sell you something you don't need. That's why they train their team when they go out into the field to not upsell the customers. It's one of the reasons they've been around for so darn long. Longest running TMA supporter, advertiser on this show. Honesty does matter, especially in the HVAC world. I'm going to guess most folks don't know how to fix the furnace. So you need somebody coming in that you can trust when they give you their word. You can do that with Design Air. Get online, set up your appointment. We're going to go back to cold again. We're really riding the roller coaster right now. So if the heater is not working properly in your home, now's the time to get things checked out with our friends at Design Air. It's designaircenter.com. Did I get that right, Tim? Design Air Center.
Design Air Service.
Design Air Service. I've gotten this a couple of times. Design Air Service. We got to get that website right. designairservice.com.
There it is, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Send your emails in and win Cardinal tickets today by winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. James, always great to see you. Thank you so much.
Likewise, gentlemen. Have a good one.
Thanks, James Carlton. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hey, Blues fans, enter the Verizon Discover NHL Winter Classic Sweepstakes for your chance to see the St. Louis Blues take on the Chicago Blackhawks New Year's Eve in the Discover NHL Winter Classic at Wrigley Field in Chicago. One winner will receive 4 tickets to the game plus a $3,000 gift card. Hurry to select St. Louis area Verizon locations or go to 101ESPN.com and enter by December 18th. No purchase necessary to enter. Must be legal U.S. resident of Missouri or Illinois, age 18 years or older to enter. Void where prohibited. For official rules and full details, visit 101ESPN.com.
In Missouri, farming isn't just a profession, it's a purpose. You can feel it in our 27 million acres of farmland You can see it in the nearly 41,000 Missourians who work in agriculture. You can hear it at our farmers markets. You can count it in the $93.7 billion it brings our state. And you can taste it at your family's dinner table. A lot of farmers in our state rely on Bayer's tools and inventions because Bayer has a purpose too. To help farmers thrive. Learn more at go.bayer.com/purpose. Paid for by Bayer.
Hard time getting approved? At Dream Nissan Midwest, if you make $250 a week, you are approved. Guaranteed. That's right, guaranteed credit. It gets better. Free lifetime warranty with every new Nissan. Limited time. Brand new Nissan Sentras. Just $49 a week with lifetime warranty. Just $49 a week with a lifetime warranty. Visit DreamNissanMidwest.com today.
Dream Nissan, putting your dreams in your driveway.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Paramount Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD2 Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. St. Louis Blues hockey can be heard exclusively on 101 ESPN. Get the info you need before and after every Blues game with the First Community pre- and post-game show.
First Community Credit Union, calling St. Louis home for 90 years and powered by Scott Lee Heating Company.
Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt wants to take your call. Callahan and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And a big prize announcement, giving away Cardinal tickets for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Anybody watch College Game Day on Saturday morning? I love that show. It's a tradition. When I see Darius Rucker and Lainey Wilson singing.
I watched the picking part. I wanted to see what Chalamet was doing on that.
Because you call him the Jawline King?
He is.
What?
I think McCaffrey's dethroned him. CMC's dethroned him.
CMC's dethroned. I heard Lee Corso was out, right?
He was out.
Not there. Yeah.
I love 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning if you're in the Central Time Zone when Lainey Wilson and Darius Rucker pop up and start singing. And I was watching the show, and they were working blue.
Yeah.
They were saying some things that we wouldn't be able to say on this station.
What did they say?
Nick Saban used the S word 2 times in the first hour.
What context?
Jackson's got the audio for you. Take a listen. Kirby Smart and Steve Sarkisian are sitting there with the whole panel before the SEC championship game doing a show from Atlanta. And here's Saban.
Adjustments you want to make as opposed to anticipating what adjustments they might make?
I think that's a great question. I don't think you overthink it. I think you try to do simple better. Block tackle is what it comes down to. Everybody wants to make it about the scheme, but a lot of times it comes down to the players, not the scheme.
No, I think hit the nail on the head. You know, we always use the analogy. We never want to get paralysis by analysis. And you overanalyze, then your players aren't performing the way they can play. So take in the information, then you try to prepare them to go play.
Yeah, well, I think they're both bullshitting us, but...
Did it get out on Espen? Did they beep it?
It
Wow.
did. I was watching live, and then Saban hit it again in the next segment, I think.
Yeah.
And I feel like somebody else did later on in the program. I don't remember who. And
McAfee always seems
Well,
to.
I feel like he's maybe opened the door for the rest of them.
Yeah, he's used to it because I guess he can on his show, but he can't use the F word.
Okay, is that the
The
rule?
S word is starting to become safe.
Well, if it's on a cable channel, I think that's okay.
Yeah, it used to be like after 10 o'clock Central Time.
Well, that's as dumb as the rule itself.
You think anyone tells Saban to knock it off? Or
I
they
wouldn't.
say, sorry,
No.
sir.
No.
Whose job would poor soul would be in charge of that?
Like, again, who was above Mike Shannon or Yadier Molina down at Busch Stadium? I think it's the same day with the same deal as Saban on College Game Day. Kurt Cignetti not happy, Martin. Even
This
though
guy.
It's funny that was your reaction. Because I was listening to Scott Van Pelt and Stanford Steve's podcast yesterday after the brackets came out, and Van Pelt had the exact reaction to this as you just did, which is like, it was great when you went to Assembly Hall and said Michigan sucks and Ohio State sucks and everything. But now you're kind of like, okay, he's gone from high approval that now that's the reaction. Here is why Martin reacted that way. Take a listen.
Ninth in the CFP. Yeah, here's my question, right? There's 6 one-loss teams in the country, right? Okay. We lost to the second-ranked team on the road. Penn State lost to the 4th-ranked team at home. Texas lost to the 5th-ranked team at home. Boise lost to the 7th-ranked team. Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois. And SMU lost to an unranked team at the time they played. So how are we not right now seeded for a home game? That's what I want to know. We got the largest margin of victory in the country. Okay, take out the FCS and the G5, right? P4 only. We're outscoring people 40-17. Second in the country. So because our name is Indiana and not Michigan,
pretty much.
We're ninth.
That's one of those
things.
Wait, hold on. Is that the actual interview? Are people mocking and laughing? Where did that audio? That can't be an actual interview clip. It has to be people playing it.
And here's the important context. He's doing it in a dark room with a Christmas tree behind him. It looks like Dwight D. Eisenhower if they put a Christmas tree up in the Oval Office and they gave some sort of address. Like, it's really odd.
But who are the people? Like Keith McPherson laughing at? Like, it didn't, because they're like, yep, that's right. Yep, that can't be the real audio. That has to be somebody playing the audio and comment.
Was that actually the
I pulled it off of, like, I don't think it was.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I was listening to him. Like, oh, this must be one of the things I forwarded you off TikTok. I forwarded so many things from Jackson over the weekend off TikTok, and I'm like, this must have been a guy reacting to Kurt Cignetti.
I think no, this is
that was it. Well, who's laughing?
But
it's the hardiest media laugh I've ever heard.
People are kind of poking him as he's making. Yep, that's right, Coach. Yep, that can't be the actual, because he would stop and say, "Excuse me." He would. But Indiana, it's a great story. I would say, be happy you're in. For God's sakes, be happy you're in.
What just a really surprising line to take. And for the record, all of the rankings he was giving were what they were when they played, not what they are now. Not that that is anybody's fault, but I mean, Boise State's catching a lot of hell. And it's like, Boise State went to Oregon, and it was their only loss against the number 1 team in the country, a team that beat Ohio State, a team that beat Penn State, and I feel like I'm leaving another one out for Oregon, but Boise as well, and they lost on a last-second field goal, and that's their only loss of the year. You know, I mean, what in the hell? This is a really strange line to take. Point being, what Van Pelt was saying is he went from being this guy that everybody was pulling for to within a few weeks, everybody's kind of like, all right, now he's kind of irritating me, and just in a matter of a few weeks. And that would be another example, although we still don't know if that was live audio.
It was from CBS. It was from CBS Sports pregame before the Penn State Oregon game.
And that was the hardiest media laugh you've ever heard.
You've ever heard?
It was right up there.
Is that Dick Vitale? Like, hey.
I'll show you a picture in the break of what the dais looked like, and maybe you can tell me who the person is who seemed to be chuckling quite heartily.
Well, you don't usually get live commentary during the press conference.
Well, it's not a press conference.
It was an interview.
Yeah,
like
look, he's got a nice a Christmas tree behind him.
Oh, Christmas tree.
He's a guest, like via satellite or Skype, and so the hosts are kind of.
Yes, they're on the field there. I guess Penn State or where's the Big Ten champion?
I felt like they were mocking him a little.
Indianapolis.
Yeah, Lucas Oil.
And you thought his interview brought back memories of Dwight Eisenhower?
Well, it's just odd. Like he's like clearly in his living room, but there's just like a Christmas tree up, and it's like a library of some sort. Like there's mahogany left and right.
Oh, I bet that smells good.
Boy,
I agree with you, Doug.
Chairman
Kurt's on the phone. Somebody must be wanting to get on.
Well, I'm wondering if it's Paul Hollander because Tom Hart, I texted Tom Hart after he was on. He called out his buddy.
Paul Hollander.
And I said, I'm now doing a deep dive for Paul Hollander's in St. Louis. I don't know how to spell it for sure. And he said, hold on, he usually podcasts later. No, he's listening, and he said he might call in. So this is great.
He's going to hold Tom Hart accountable for his call
because
of the Kansas game.
And I think he called out Paul Hollander. Also, housekeeping producer Joe, not sure if he'll be able to make it on Thursday. Highly unlikely, but not 100% no.
There it is. The non-committal nature of TMA producers continues all the way back to the very beginning of the show.
He has a concert on Wednesday night, and that's a lot to ask on a school night to go out twice in a row, apparently. So, Prod Joe, we'll work on that. Jackson's girlfriend, we're working on that. This is all coming up Thursday at the Hot Shots.
But Martin's wife and my wife will be
I don't know if my wife's going. I should clarify. I never said she was going.
The alliance is falling apart, Chairman.
I never said she was going. She asked if the spouses were going. And I said, these guys got boyfriends. I don't know what. I just said,
boyfriends.
I don't.
That's right.
That's right.
Okay, I don't know what this show's all. I'm new, and so I said I'll ask. And then when Tim said his wife was going, I was kind of shocked. So I will follow up on that. I can't wait if she does go. My lovely wife, if somebody's, hey, how you doing? Yeah, I'm Aunt Sally's rusty razor. You're like, oh, seemed like a nice enough guy.
Doug's work husband.
I haven't got a work husband.
I understand TMA Walrus #1 is on. All right, we'll have him on coming up the other side of the break. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
You can now watch 101 ESPN live on our Air Alliance Team Studio Cams. Catch every show live on our YouTube channel or at 101ESPN.com. 101 ESPN Studio Cams.
Presented by the Air Alliance Team Heating and Cooling. Getting the job done quickly, correctly, 100% of the time.
Move-in ready homes up to $50,000 in savings. Visit trhughes.com.
Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael himself takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. That's why he's offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. When I went with Michael, that is exactly what he talked about. Best experience for customers. That's why he is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in the industry. If you are interested and you are a carpet installer, go to igotfloored.com to learn how you can become part of Michael's team at Michael's Flooring. They have it all at Michael's. 30 plus years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of. And that is the name of the game. Sign up to be part of Michael's by going to igotfloored.com and learn more about making $7 a square yard at Michael's. igotfloored.com.
Listeners ought to check out Collier & Thompson, support the sponsors, and have the best contractors in St. Louis work on your kitchen remodel. If that's what you want, or bathroom remodel, basement, wine room, whatever, Collier & Thompson does it all. And these are people that you can trust. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. That's not always that common for people in this line of work. They won a Torch Award for Ethics from the Better Business Bureau. Collier & Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality. Online at collierandthompson.com.
What's it going to take for you to realize the IRS is in full-blown attack mode, and if you have IRS issues, your timely response is critical? Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. We certainly know the IRS has ramped up efforts because we're seeing a lot more clients with threats of intents to seize property or levy rights to property. If you have IRS issues, call the Lance Drury Firm today. Today, don't wait. Those IRS notices have hard deadlines for exercising your appeal rights. If you miss the deadline, your rights to a legal appeal are gone. Let the Lance Drury Law Firm get between you and the IRS today, and we'll help you manage your case to achieve the best outcome. IRS problems are serious legal matters, so call Lance Drury Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Don't wait. Call 314-260-6120. That's 314-260-6120, and schedule your free consultation with me, Lance Drury, or visit LanceDruryLaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Still rushing to finish your holiday shopping? Don't worry.
we've got you covered. This weekend only, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Earrings, bracelets, pendants, and more. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. But don't wait. This is your final opportunity to find the perfect gift at the best value before the holidays. Plus special designer appearances. Visit us during extended holiday hours or shop online and pick up in store. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com.
Pavel Buchnevich is the jersey giveaway this week. And if you want to have a shot to score an autographed jersey, get entered to win that signed Buchnevich jersey now at 101ESPN.com or check it out on your 101 mobile app. The winner must be 21 and older. And my jersey giveaway is refreshed by Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Broadcasting live from the Car Shield Studio, this is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Doug, you're right. It is all happening here on the Morning After.
Feels like it, yeah.
101 ESPN. Miss any of the program? Got the 101 ESPN app, TMA STL, separate app. It's all brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Program sponsored by Brown and Crouppen. And we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today in an hour in which we're giving away Cardinal tickets to the winner of the email today. So 101 listeners who might not, the show's been on 6-7 weeks now here on 101. You go, okay, you know what? I'm going to take my shot. I'm going to email in. I'm going to see if I can compete with Buck Swope and JV Golf Coach. They're giving away Cardinal tickets. Let me see what's doing. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Try your hand. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And TMA Walrus number 1 is on the program. Good morning, TMA Walrus number 1.
Morning, boys. How's everybody doing?
We're fine, Walrus. How are you?
I'm well. First things first, James is wonderful. He's my agent. Fantastic guy. We had some friends move in from out of state, and I was like, hey, you got to get a hold of James. You got to take care of him. So they got some other quotes, and they went to James, and they signed on Friday, and he said it was the customer service that put them over the top.
I'll be darned.
Doesn't surprise me at all, Doug.
True, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, me neither. And shout out to James. He gave us tickets to our first Blues game ever in St. Louis, from living here 8 years.
Oh.
We did that a couple weeks ago. It was fantastic. He's a great guy, so go see him.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Good advice.
Yeah, it's good counsel.
Yeah. Second of all, MIZ.
Fight Tiger, Doug.
Okay.
This is the awkward drink sideline interview. Yells at the reporter, MIZ! Reporter's like, okay, back to the studio.
God, that made me so happy. Growing up on the border of Missouri, Kansas, just how much I hate Kansas with a passion. Just felt so good.
Yeah.
It just felt so good.
Jackson's on a high this morning, TMA Walrus number 1.
We got Gary Pinkel waiting, and I want to talk some Mizzou.
Why wouldn't you?
By the way, I met Gary Pinkel at the Bragging Rights game about 5 years ago.
Oh, did you?
And I wasn't paying attention. I walked right by him. Yeah. My buddy, who's an Illinois fan, it's like, you're not going to go say hi to him? I'm like, who? He's like, that was Gary Pinkel. I was like, oh, crap. So I went out and shook his hand.
Oh, that was nice of you.
But anyway.
All right.
Anyway, yeah. It's kind of got a Calvin theme here.
Sorry. I got a lot going on. I apologize. So
Okay.
shout out to
we all do.
Chat, John Scores, Don PP, everybody. What's up, boys? Friday night, did you guys hear about the announcer controversy for Misha?
Oh, I'm glad you brought this up. I had made notes to bring it up to the group here. We've been rather busy.
Going on here?
On the Misha broadcast, DeSmet played Nixa, Class 6 state title game, and apparently the analyst was so pro DeSmet and made comments along that he said, well, these public schools really can't compete with the private schools, and we all know St. Louis teams are better. Misha removed the announcer at halftime.
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry I buried the lead.
Who was the announcer?
His name is Cameron Thomas. I don't know.
Got to get him on the show.
Played shooting guard for the Brooklyn Nets.
I don't know much about him, but apparently a younger guy was told went to Mizzou, and apparently they removed him from the broadcast.
At halftime?
Yes,
Physically carried him out?
Because he was just going on and on about how Nick said no chance.
Did he go to DeSmet or something?
I don't think he's from here. That's what's weird.
What's
sorry,
going on, TMA
Walrus?
Walrus number 1? You got a breaking story here.
No, he's not from St. Louis. He's from Columbia.
Okay.
True son.
And he quoted a friend of the show. He's a member of the fan page about how the public schools can't compete with the St. Louis private schools. So I messaged that guy, and I was like, did you really say that? He goes, no, emphatically, he never said that. He was as critical to Knicks as anyone could be. When they were walking off to the side or off to halftime, he was talking about how the Smiths like all peppy and they're happy because they're winning, but Knicks is walking really slow. He's like, someone needs to tear into them and tell them that they're in a state championship game. I mean, it was terrible.
And it was a close game. It wasn't a blowout by DeSmet. They pulled away at the end, but it wasn't like an embarrassing loss for Knicks so that you would say, well, they just can't compete, even though that wouldn't have necessarily been appropriate. There's a beat writer out of Springfield who was tweeting, can we turn off the Misha announcer? Enough's enough. This is crazy. Like, it was an actual thing.
And you said TMA Walrus #1. He's a member of the TMA fan page on Facebook?
No, not the announcer.
Are you referencing Jim Powers?
No.
Yes.
Well, no, he's talking. No, Jim Powers was the longtime analyst who doesn't do it anymore. And apparently, this guy said he threw Jim under the bus and said, "I know Jim agrees with me that these St. Louis teams are better." And I think Jim Powers like, "Excuse me, I never said that."
Oh my God! So, Dr. Jennifer Ruckstad, the Misha executive director, joined Misha.TV broadcast at the beginning of the third quarter to apologize on behalf of the association. The color commentator Cam Thomas was removed, and then James Stanley finished the game by himself. She said, I wanted to talk to everyone who purchased this broadcast. We needed to make a change at halftime. I want you to hear my personal apology about some of the things that were communicated in the first half, and I wanted to let all our viewers know that our members are in equal standing. We wanted to let our viewers know that we take our broadcast seriously. We respect all of our teams no matter where they come from. How about that? Wow.
I apologize. I should have put it in the group chat because this all played out over the weekend. I said, this is hilarious.
Oh, my God.
We had a lot to get to.
I just envision this guy being put in a straight jacket and his legs are kicking and there's 3 or 4 people yanking him out of the press box. Hopefully it didn't get violent.
And Misha is as terrible as NCAA. They're just bad people. But that's the one thing they did right. And it was atrocious. Absolutely atrocious.
I want to go back.
I can't believe that happened.
That's how he was removed? Jackson, was that audio from Friday?
I think it might have been. Down at Faroe Field. TMA Walrus #1, thank you for bringing it to our attention. We appreciate it. That's outstanding. I want to try and get Cam Thomas on the show.
All right, take care, everybody. Have a good one.
That's TMA Walrus #1. I believe he won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. That was September?
I don't know the date.
August, maybe.
So they hit this guy with a stun gun in the chest.
Tasered him.
He didn't want to go.
And I apologize. Is it TMA Walrus 1?
Number 1.
Is there a number 2 or no?
Probably, but
in theory,
I don't know if they've named themselves that.
I felt like we were a little slow getting to the point there, and I was a little frustrated, but then he brought up a topic
that the heat. That's why he's a Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month.
That I failed to bring up earlier, and I said, this is unbelievable.
That's awesome. That's unbelievable.
I don't know much about the young man. I've tried to find him and Paul Hollander. Yeah.
Well, I don't know much about fixing my furnace, although I've tried a time or two. I remember when the pilot light went out once, and I said, I can light that. And I thought, no, I'm going to blow the thing up. I'm going to be burned beyond recognition. Don't get yourself burned beyond recognition. Call the fine folks at Design Air Heating and Cooling if you have a furnace problem. These guys have done it for many years. They know exactly what they're doing. Thanks to Seth Goldcamp's fabulous leadership, he and his family have served more than, tens of thousands of people since the business opened in 1904, and they're the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show now. They will never upsell you. They'll always give you exactly what you need and nothing more. That's how they train their employees, and they can get the pilot light on. I can promise you that. Their website, easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling now. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose the company we choose, Design Air Heating and Cooling. I've had Seth Goldcamp and many of his technicians out to my house. They just do fantastic work. They did for me. They'll do it for you also. Their website is designairservice.com.
There it is, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Giving away Cardinal tickets today at 10:45. How can you win them? Email into the show. Anything is welcome. I mean, anything is welcome. The morning after at InsideSTL.com, and Chairman Kurt filters them, and then I read them, and then we vote at 10:45. We've been doing that for a couple decades as well here on The Morning After, a show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channel.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Onder Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com. 101 ESPN has your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your St. Louis Blues take on the New Jersey Devils December 17th at Enterprise Center. The first 12,000 fans in attendance that night will take home a Jake Neighbors Winter Classic bobblehead, courtesy of Pepsi Zero Sugar. Get more details and get entered to win that free pair of tickets for Blues versus Devils on December 17th, right now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
Hey, Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. That's right, Universal Windows Direct. It's the holiday season, a time for family, friends, and staying cozy inside. But if your home is drafty, it is hard to stay comfortable. And with all the gift giving happening this time of year, why don't you give yourself the gift of lower energy bills with new windows from Universal Windows Direct? If you act right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There's no limit. Buy 4, get 4. Buy 20, get 20. Plus, Universal's offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years of interest-free payments. And every window is backed by a true lifetime warranty, which means coverage for as long as you own your home and an additional 20 years for the next homeowner. Do not wait. Make sure your home is ready for the winter and the holidays. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or you can visit uwd.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection, one that helps better their everyday through the things they value most: friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Excited for the upcoming NHL Winter Classic in Chicago featuring the Blues and Blackhawks? The team's ready to head to the Windy City and will battle it out at Wrigley Field, where they'll try to go 3 for 3 in Winter Classic matchups. To commemorate the game, we're offering our fans an exclusive Jake Neighbors bobblehead. On December 17th, the Blues take on the Devils at Enterprise Center, and the first 12,000 fans will take home an exclusive bobblehead of number 63 wearing the Winter Classic jersey, courtesy of Pepsi Zero Sugar. Get your tickets today at stlouisblues.com.
Biggie's Restaurant and Bar has been a staple of the community for over 30 years and is serving your favorites like the steak sandwich, waffle fries, and so much more. It's not just the food that's rocking. With a full bar and patio, Biggie's is the perfect spot for lunch, dinner, and a little laughter. Biggie's original hours are back. Open 11 a.m. till midnight, Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday, and 11 a.m. till 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. Check out the full menu at biggiesrestaurant.com and stop in today.
Trading your car at a dealership? Get serious. Your car is worth more and they want to pay you less. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Bowen, that's sellmycarstl.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
If you've been injured in a truck accident, you need the best. Onder Law, voted 2023's best law firm in St. Louis. Our attorneys will hold truck drivers and owners accountable. We stand up to big trucking companies to get you the compensation you deserve. Let us make your case our cause. Truck accident? Call Onder Law today for a free review. 314 or 618-9-million. That's 314 or 618-9 all zeros.
This is a special report from the Missouri Lottery. There's still time to get holiday scratchers and draw games for everyone on your shopping list, even if you are the one at the top of said list. Don't worry, we won't tell. The Missouri Lottery. Play responsibly.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
We want to hear from you. Text us at 314-399-9646 on the Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Insulation text line on 101 ESPN. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, and that's driven to you by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Taking a look around the NBA last night, you see the 76ers, the reeling 76ers, defeat the Bulls last night 108-100 with Tyrese Maxey with a triple-double, 25 points, 11 rebounds, 14 assists, one of the few bright spots for the Sixers this year. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Call in. Be a friend of the show. Why not? TMA Walrus #1 just did, and he broke a story.
Yeah.
Well,
he sure did.
He just made us aware of a story.
That we had forgotten a story.
Correct.
Or brushed past it.
Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. That is how you can get involved on the radio program. We're way behind on commercial breaks, to be real honest with you, so I think we need to have a brief one and land.
Are we like the noon hour right now?
I think we could wind it being in BK and Ferrario's hour, so we need to land the plane. Hey, how about this email I got? Raving about a sponsor. Tim, I told Dr. Pryor I was writing this. Thank you so much. This is from 100 West Dental, a listener. Thank you so much for the ins and outs and all abouts that dandy dentist, Dr. Pryor in 100 West Dental. After hearing about that handsome tusk tamer, Doug, you ever heard that term?
Tusk tamer, I like it a lot.
On the show, I signed up to see what all the hubbub was about, and ooh, that place is fat with technology.
How do you spell that?
P-H-A-T?
No, the ooh.
E-W-W-W-O-O-W-O-O.
That's the correct King's English spelling.
Thank you. That doc be all about what the fan pin has been chewing on as well. He not only knows his gig, but he, too, has a yummy set of choppers.
Oh, gosh.
You didn't like that one as much as the Tusk.
No, Tusk Tamer.
Wizard.
Tamer.
The Wisdom Teeth Wizard. It's the Tusk Tamer.
You're usually really pro alliteration, too.
Yeah, well, yeah, I didn't care for the last one much.
He done fixed up and shined up me pearlies, and now it's back to par bar for thee. Misguided with his fandom of them 10 Vols. He likes Tennessee, right?
Yeah, big Tennessee
Brandon
fan.
Pryor.
It feels like we sent a hillbilly out to the dentist, which would be a gold mine for the dentist. We got a hillbilly rolling. It probably needs some work.
He more than made up for it with his work between my jaws. Don't you like that?
Where else are your teeth going to be?
Check that practice out, boys. You'll leave without a doubt, and your pant will have some extra stout. That's from Bear Bryant's Hulking Hog.
This is the commercial?
That's the commercial. 100 West Dental.
Okay. What's going on out there?
Sounds like a fabulous dental office.
100westdental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor. Thank you to Bear Bryant's Hulking Hog.
Oh, that reminds me of a texter we used to have called Face Teeth that I always found to be really funny.
Face Teeth was a loyal texter. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the program's The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN.
This Sunday, Browns and Chiefs. Pre-game at 11, kickoff at noon. Your destination for the NFL in St. Louis is 101 ESPN.
If your heating and cooling system is over 8 years old, we have a deal for you. SwissAirSTL.com.
In Missouri, farming isn't just a profession. It's a purpose. You can feel it in our 27 million acres of farmland. You can see it in the nearly 41,000 Missourians who work in agriculture. You can hear it at our farmers markets. You can count it in the $93.7 billion it brings our state. And you can taste it at your family's dinner table. A lot of farmers in our state rely on Bayer's tools and inventions because Bayer has a purpose too, to help farmers thrive. Learn more at go.bayer.com/purpose. Paid for by Bayer.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves. Got some advice from our helpful elves. Oh, so many gifts to explore when you go to Total Wine and more. Bottles so delightful, whoa. Price so amazingly low.
Curbside pickup and delivery available, and the lowest prices for over 30 years only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and that means limited time savings on the paint pros need. Right now, save $15 on 5-gallon pails of HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams All-Purpose Power Primer. Plus, get it delivered to your job site with free same-day delivery when you order by 2 p.m. Visit us in-store or online today, because Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 12/20. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Still rushing to finish your holiday shopping? Don't worry, we've got you covered. This weekend only, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Earrings, bracelets, pendants, and more. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. But don't wait, this is your final opportunity to find the perfect gift at the best value before the holidays. Plus special designer appearances. Visit us during extended holiday hours or shop online and pick up in store. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com.
Progressive is proud to support veterans and small businesses with their annual Keys to Progress vehicle giveaway program, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com.
101 ESPN's Blues Fan of the Week.
Congratulations to Steve Knight from St. Charles, Missouri. He was named our 101 ESPN Blues Fan of the Week.
Submit your pick now to be the next 101 ESPN Blues Fan of the Week and take home a pair of tickets to an upcoming Blues game. Learn more at 101ESPN.com. TMA is broadcasting live from the Car Shield studio on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt now sitting in as we are in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour. Jackson Burkett with you. And Doug, we're giving away Cardinal tickets for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And I see some 101 listeners are texting in asking about the email of the day. Doug, how would you describe the email of the day to the 101 audience that's becoming familiar with this program, even though it's been airing on low-powered AM radio in the market for 2 decades?
It's mostly a sewage dump for people who've had these really vile thoughts building up inside of them for about 3 hours, and then they lay it on our doorstep, and we're supposed to give a prize
and we're giving away Cardinal tickets for it. That's exactly right. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Chairman Kurt masters the filter. And then we read the emails, and then we have BK and Ferrario come in. On the program so far today, Tom Hart, who was on the call of Missouri and Kansas yesterday, was with us in the 7 o'clock hour. Chris Kerber with us in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. And Gabe DeArmand, brought to you by James Carlton, in our 9 o'clock hour. If you miss anything, always go back and podcast, or you can watch it on YouTube. I go back and watch podcasts on YouTube, or you can listen. Whatever you want, it doesn't matter. The point is, Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the app on 101 ESPN and TMA STL. It is Schaefer Door, and that's Jason Gosrow, and he's a wonderful, wonderful gentleman. Doug, you know anything about Schaefer Door?
I do. I know quite a bit. Monday morning, a lot of times garage doors don't work. For whatever reason, that's the most common time when garage doors stop working. They have a special Monday morning standby service at Schaefer Door for those doors that break over the weekend. Something goes wrong with your garage door, you need it fixed, and you need it fixed toot sweet. That's why you should call Schaefer Door. I'll give the number now. You can text to 636-782-3608, and they will get right out there to get you taken care of. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile, and Schaefer Door can get you hooked up with that if that's what you need. They never try to sell you something that you don't need. I had it out at my house a couple times. Thought I was going to have to replace the whole door. It's about 25 years old. Nope. All I needed was a strut. Thank you very much, Schaefer. They took care of me in a big way, and they'll take care of you. Also, the service techs, not commission-based. Let me give the number again, 636-782-3608. That's Schaefer Door, SCHAEFER. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. TMA 101 ESPN shows presented by Brown and Crouppen. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. Jackson's weekend wrap-up coming your way. This is the morning after 101 ESPN.
Hey, come out and join the new TMA crew at the all-new Hot Shots on Lindbergh in South County for a TMA Christmas party. Thursday, December 12th from 7 to 9 p.m. And see Santa Doug giving out the best Christmas presents every 10 minutes, including blues tickets, an autographed blues puck, tons of concert tickets like Post Malone and Jelly Roll, Kendrick Lamar and SZA, El Monstero, Jack White, Sebastian Maniscalco, Disturbed, Linkin Park, and more. Enjoy drink specials like $6 Jameson cocktails plus shots, $3 pints, plus $5 macho mugs of the new limited release St. Louis Lager from AB. There'll be a TMA holiday-themed menu with shot and drink specials throughout the night. Kona sampling with prizes and samples from 7 to 8. To be a part of the festivities, please bring a new and unwrapped toy for Annie's Hope on behalf of our good friend Jay Randolph Jr. Come celebrate the holidays with the new TMA crew at the brand new Hot Shots on Lindbergh. Find out more at TMASTL.com or at 101ESPN.com.
Hard time getting approved? At Dream Nissan Midwest, if you make $250 a week, you are approved. Guaranteed. That's right, guaranteed credit. It gets better. Free lifetime warranty with every new Nissan. Limited time. Brand new Nissan Sentras. Just $49 a week with lifetime warranty. Just $49 a week with a lifetime warranty. Visit DreamNissanMidwest.com today.
Dream Nissan, putting your dreams in your driveway.
Kevin Moret for Mentality Men's Health. I know that a guy's confidence comes from many sources. For our clients, the way they look is a big driver. When you have the muscle mass and the muscle tone, it changes the way you carry yourself. Did you know that 70% of Mentality clients have increased muscle mass and muscle tone through testosterone and peptide therapy? Their confidence is back and everyone can see it. If you want to recapture the way you look and felt years ago, join the over 25,000 clients and start today. Go to mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Why do the national tax resolution firms need the tiny fine print at the bottom of all their TV ads? Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. You don't hear fast-talking disclaimers in our ads because the claims we make are 100% transparent. The Lance Drury Law Firm primarily focuses on one thing, IRS problems, and we're regulated by the Bar Association, and we have a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. IRS issues are serious legal issues. The Lance Drury Law Firm has helped thousands of clients navigate the best resolution plans, and we tell you up front exactly how much it'll cost. Tax resolution law is all we do. So before you send money to some out-of-town, high-pressure salesperson, give us a call at the Lance Drury Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Call today to schedule your free consultation with me, 314-260-6120, or visit LanceDruryLaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Miss the Blues game? Want to hear the highlights? Need player reaction? Want more analysis and opinion? It's all here on Curbside Reaction, your next day post-game podcast with the voice of the St. Louis Blues, Chris Kerber. Catch new episodes of Curbside every morning after every Blues game on 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Doug, it's Jackson's theme song today.
This is your theme song, Bale?
Just for today.
No, can't tell him anything.
Yeah.
Or can't tell me nothing. Okay. Because he is on such a high from Missouri's win over Rock Chalk that you cannot tell Jackson Burkett anything. Can't tell me nothing. Kanye, is that 2000?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Jackson said 2008.
Okay.
It says the watermark on the album for Graduation says 07.
07.
So that sounds, because it was in The Hangover, which was 09?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That is correct. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is called The Morning After. We're giving away Cardinal tickets coming up for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email of the Day. We're encouraging 101 listeners who are now, 6-7 weeks into the program on 101, going, okay, I'm gonna give myself a chance to compete against Buck Swope, JV golf coach. I'm gonna write in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email of the Day. Chairman Kurt, you are the master of the filter. You decide who gets read on the air, and then I just do my best to read them as well as I possibly can, which is better than anybody else in the world could.
Oh.
We've had a couple of manifestos sent in today.
Too long?
Very, very, very long.
Edit your copy.
One that might have us kicked off the air, so that won't be making it through.
Don't hit send.
Well, was it too graphic?
Just
profanity laden?
A little profane there at the end, and it just.
Why would they think we could read that?
What's that?
Why would they think we can read that?
I don't know. Have you ever heard any of the content on this show, Doug?
Yeah.
I think we've given them a wide berth, and they're taking it and running with it.
But it's never so vile that you can't read
this
it.
one particular email, I just can't take a chance on.
Okay.
Well, you can compete. The door's open today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Jackson Burkett, and he does something on a Monday that is considered one of the great St. Louis sports traditions, kind of like the Buck family Christmas, and that is the weekend wrap-up.
Okay, doesn't everyone in radio do a weekend wrap-up?
I was going to do some housekeeping while I have a moment here. Well, pick six results. We have the results of the pick six.
I officially told people I was not actively soliciting their support this weekend. I don't know how I did. I think I won 2 or 3 games.
You went 2 and 4. I
had
2 and
no
3.
feel
2
for
and 3.
anything. We only did 5
We
games?
only did 5. 2 and 3 because the line for the KU Mizzou game wasn't out. You were one on Georgia and Clemson.
I would have lost that for the record. I would have taken Kansas.
I think I might have done Mizzou, but that would have been the true son in me. But we do have someone who went 5-0.
Oh, who's that?
Well, his name's Doug Vaughn.
Oh,
did you really?
Thought I had a good
Nicely
week.
done.
Doug Vaughn does it. He had the Chargers. That was the last piece he needed. And because of the style in which the Chiefs won, which seems to be every week, they either win on a made field goal or a missed field goal. Doug at +4 gets the W on the Chargers and the Chiefs. So Doug goes 5-0. While KG picked for Martin, he went 3-2. I went 2-3 or 3-2, one of the two.
3-2. What'd I miss?
You missed out on Texas. You had Texas. They were -3 against Georgia. And then you missed out on Clemson, who was +3. I'm sorry, not Clemson. You lost 1 game. Apologies.
So I thought.
Oh.
Bad housekeeping.
Okay.
Bad job by me.
4-1.
These results very questionable.
I don't know. You got to question them.
Yeah, I don't know what if all these spreads are all about 7 to 10 points for the college football playoff games. Anything that you really like right now? Anything that you really don't like? You know, you talk about the tournament.
Yeah, just looking at from a bird's eye view, I really like how this is set up where it's like you get 2 northern teams, like a very classic Penn State, Ohio State hosting. You get the Texas game. You get a game in Texas. I like that. I wish there was I wish the Tennessee and Ohio State game was flipped. I wish Tennessee was hosting Ohio State to get a little of that southern SEC feel.
I mean, Knoxville's not like, you know.
Yeah, but it's certainly more southern than Columbus, you know?
Well, I mean, yes, by definition it is. But my point is it's not like it's hotter.
Like if Georgia was hosting a game.
They're just not used to it. Yeah, so. But I mean, you got 3 really northern cities with Columbus, Happy Valley, and South Bend.
Yeah.
South Bend can be the most wicked of them all, actually. And then Clemson and Texas. I mean, just for the purpose of, this is the question I asked Gabe, had Ole Miss not lost to Florida, had Alabama not lost to Oklahoma, and had South Carolina not lost to LSU back in September when Lenora Sellers got hurt, how much better would this be?
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
I know. And so that, to your point there, continuing this housekeeping, I cashed out on a bet in which I said that we had a deal that my bet was that there would be 3 SEC teams in the CFP. You said 4.
You feel like a mark?
I cashed out the bet, and I would have won. And that's like the second time that's happened with a bet with Tim.
Fooling.
So just remember, never cash out when I offer it.
But the next time I don't cash out, it would have been better to cash out. I'm just off base. I stink.
I am diversified in this college football playoff with teams with long odds. I got to tell you, by the way, thanks for not thanking me. Piss off is what I say to you.
I do.
Gosh.
I only sent a handful of people my hot tip for Friday.
Right. I forgot.
I don't know how much money you made.
I did well. And I had a Christmas tree bet for Saturday. It was great.
I don't even know what that means. What does that mean?
I bought a Christmas tree on Saturday, and I put in a bet, a 3-team parlay to pay for the Christmas tree if it were to hit, and it hit. So I got a free Christmas tree, essentially.
No,
okay.
fool.
I got nothing to do with that part, but congratulations.
Thank you.
On Friday, I get what, Doug, you would call a hot tip.
Did you?
From the state of Idaho.
Yeah.
And this hot tip said Ashton Genty over on his rushing total. And I went and looked at it, and it was 171.5 yards.
Oh, it's crazy number.
And he laid out the whole reason for why this was going to hit. And I'm like, okay, and I know this person knows their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I got a fiduciary responsibility. One of my I think I only texted you because I know you wager. One of my compadres who you know wagers heavily.
Indeed.
And I can't remember. Oh, and then my dad, actually.
Nice. I feel honored to be a part of that core.
Yeah. And he was like at 154 at halftime and went to 205 or 210.
75 yards.
209 with 3 touchdowns.
It was sweat free.
Mm.
And then I don't know, my wife and I were out, and I texted my dad. I said, "Hey, did you get the bet?" And he goes, "Timmy, I couldn't figure out the prop thing, so I just bet the over on Army and Tulane." I don't know. Your mother couldn't figure it out.
What a pivot!
So when in doubt, bet the over on a separate game. I mean, what kind of effing operation is that? But either way, it hit, and everybody I texted, of course, says thank you, except for this MFer across the day is Doug. Thank you, Doug.
I thought I did thank you in the moment, but I did not thank you after the fact, which is wrong. That's wrong of me. That's right. I should have sent you
that Ledoux thing. We just expect money. On the South Side, we're grateful when somebody gives us
felt like I was due that little hot tip.
What'd you end up spending on a Christmas tree?
All in together, like $65.
That's not
It was
bad.
a small Christmas tree. It's a very small, but it's real.
Oh, good. You and your lady friend?
Yeah, we went to a little Christmas tree farm. And let me tell you something. You walk around with a small Christmas tree, like back to your car. Every person who passes you, you are the mayor of Christmastown. Like they are just laying like compliments to you. What a great tree. Smiles from ear to ear. I was the most popular man in that municipality.
Because you carried around a tree? Didn't everyone have a tree?
Yeah. No. People were walking to the Christmas tree farm. People weren't leaving often with them, or they were like pulling their cars up because they were much bigger. I was carrying it, kind of like an Olympic
Clark W.
torch.
Griswold.
Yeah, but like an Olympic torch, like by the base. And it was a very small Christmas tree, but people were going nuts over it because it's cute. It was
Look at
small.
This guy. And he paid for it with a 3-team parlay. Never mind my Ashton Genty overplay.
Honestly, the Genty bet pretty much paid for it.
God almighty. There wasn't a game this weekend that I loved one way or the other.
Yeah, it was almost all totals, this little parlay. And like Texas -2 at halftime, which was a sweat, let me tell you.
Wow. That's an odd bet. But
I love
nice
the
job.
Arizona State game. I like that Cam Scattaboo.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's a fun guy to watch.
But I bring up Boise State for this reason. I don't mind the fact that I got Boise State at plus 9,000. I don't mind the fact that I got Boise State at plus 9,000.
All right, in the second round.
I'm Penn State. Penn State's got this easy road. Okay, let's see how things go.
Yeah.
Boise State gets to heal up for a few weeks.
Fiesta Bowl. That's
where they do work. Statue of Liberty.
Yep.
I don't mind that. And if I'm Notre Dame or Indiana, now I expect Notre Dame to win. I think Notre Dame is a very good team with one of the most inexplicable losses in my memory as a college football fan, for real.
Yeah.
That team is 11-1 and lost to a terrible Northern. They didn't just lose to like a good non-Power 4 team. They lost to a bad team.
Hell, they's on scholarship too.
I guess so. But either way, they're going to play Georgia without Carson Beck. And I recognize that, what was the name of the kid that came in?
Gunnar Stockton,
right? Yeah, he gave him a charge, no doubt about it.
He got lit up, though. Almost knocked his head off.
I saw that.
Oh, my God. I mean, I let out a scream when I saw his helmet go sailing. But the point is, Notre Dame's going to have time to prepare for him, and he's their backup. I just, hey, listen, maybe he's going to go and do what was the guy for Ohio State a decade ago,
Cardale Jones.
Cardale Jones. Maybe he's going to be that guy this year.
Tua Tagovailoa.
But bottom line is this. The top of the bracket is anybody's ball game. I'd be surprised if Clemson could do something. Arizona State, and our guy Kenny D made a good point. They lost one game with their whole roster. Their quarterback was out for one of their losses. Clemson, Texas, Arizona State, Tennessee, Ohio State, Oregon. I feel like 5 of those 6 teams could be dangerous, truly. Down below, I mean, do you really see SMU making a run like deep down? No.
I like their quarterback, but I don't know.
Penn State, Boise State, Indiana, Notre Dame, and a Carson Beckless Georgia team? I mean, it's just two totally different brackets.
Yeah. Yeah, they had a shot of Carson Beck on the sideline pointing to his arm to one of the other backup quarterbacks and was like, and
he said it's bad.
It's bad.
It's bad. Yeah. I mean, I get that they don't want to say anything, but he's not going to be able to get away with not saying anything all the way up until the time they play him in the Sugar Bowl. And by the way, that game's going to kick off at 7:45 on New Year's Day, and it will end around midnight in St. Louis.
I like that.
Sweet mother of mercy when Georgia plays either Notre Dame or Indiana. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt in for Martin Kilcoyne, who had an onboarding session at 10 o'clock. Jackson Burkett with you. Giving away Cardinal tickets coming up at 10:45 with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Compete by sending in your email the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Any topic, any criticism is welcome. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Listen to 101 ESPN on demand. Get caught up with all our shows and podcasts at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 app, driven by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
It's the season of giving. Go to SwissAirSTL.com for huge holiday savings.
Hey, this is Tim McKernan with you to talk a little bit about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom, which I visited, and I've gotten to know them in Chesterfield Valley. And they walk me through all the different types of custom work they're able to do, from full-on custom deck to adding a pergola, or even if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens, they have answers for it all. They've been to my home as well to show me the options. They're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. If you check them out, let them know that I sent you their way. Really, really good guys who run a business that they're so confident in, they recommend you check around because they know once you see the competition, you are going to go back to them. Give them a call at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.
This Christmas, the NFL is live on Netflix, and it's a gift you can't wrap. On December 25th, Netflix will be the home for 2 NFL Christmas Day games. At 1 p.m. Eastern, the 2024 Super Bowl winning Kansas City Chiefs face the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed by the Baltimore Ravens versus the Houston Texans at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's a holiday tradition you won't want to miss. Watch live only on Netflix. You won't want to miss it.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When it comes to coverage, you want the best, on and off the field.
Hi, I'm Marvin Burks. I'm the safety on the field, and I trust James Carch and State Farm to be my safety net off the field.
Thanks, Marvin. Whether it's a game-changing tackle or safeguarding your future, we have you covered. Check us out online at carltoninsurance.net.
Don't settle for trading your car, truck, or SUV at a dealership. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Baldwin, that's sellmycarstl.com.
The world's largest sports book in Las Vegas is now right at your fingertips here in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I'm a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited about launching our Circus Sports app in Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, exceptional customer service, and more. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Start betting like a pro from anywhere in Illinois.
The Blues season is in full swing, and you can tune in this Friday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. to hear BK and Ferrario live from the E&B Granite Studio at the Centene Community Ice Center.
Brought to you by Bud Light for the fans on game day, and by E&B Granite, Bernie Federko's only choice for granite countertops, cabinets, and flooring.
Inside the Car Shield Studio, you're listening to TMA on 101 ESPN.
Doug, look at what was sent in to the Air Comfort Service text line. Look how long this text is.
No, that's half a book. Why would you write that to us?
Well, I'll just see what we got.
We have like 15 seconds per email. Maybe 20, 25.
Oh, is this supposed to be for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today Cardinal tickets?
Wrong platform, so I don't think he'd be eligible.
But he went to St. Louis U High class in 1983. I think we should allow him.
I'll amend that.
Thank you. See how that works, Doug?
That gets you in just because you went to SLU?
Well, you know it's going to be well written and either really informed or really witty.
Yeah,
and you know this guy signed somebody's checks. So
There had to be some goobers go there.
I think it was James Gunn who wrote
Take a
this.
shot. Jackson, give me a weekend wrap-up question. Doug loves the weekend wrap-up. He says we're the only show in town that does a weekend wrap-up.
No one else really talks about what happened over the weekend.
So did you guys see our boy Chalamet making picks on College Game Day?
Yeah.
The chances of Doug actually having seen that, and he did.
I did see it.
Yes. Why do you want to bring him up? Because he's the jawline king?
Well, do you think that, because, I mean, it seems like, I don't want to make any allegations, that he was probably fed a lot of that information.
Why can't he be a college football fan, bro? Because he grew up in Hell's Kitchen?
There's a difference between being a college football fan and knowing, like, deep cut information about the Miami,
Maybe he's a degenerate gambler.
Ohio Bobcats. That could be the case. I would explain that Wonka movie. But
wow, the Wonka movie just took a hit. You catch that, Doug?
You could do 5 or 10 minutes worth of research on the internet on all these teams and come up with a couple names to throw around.
Hey.
And a stat or two, write it down and sound like an expert.
He just had some context. I would have said, like, if I were the producer of that show, I would have given him just enough to where it seems like, yeah, this guy watches college football every Saturday and enjoys it, but not too much where it's like so over the top that, like, all right, he was fed. He's a great actor, so you give him this stuff. He's obviously going to prepare a little bit and sound convincing. I just would have maybe toned it down 3 notches.
Huh.
Maybe I'm off.
Okay.
Him and McAfee and Herbstreit dodged a bullet on that kick competition. They gave the guy a second chance, and it got up to $1.2 million. The guy just hooked it left.
Just missed it. Just wide
You saw
left.
McAfee shake Chalamet's hand and give him the look like, oof. That was a close
because
one.
McAfee bankrolls that.
Yeah.
He pays it.
Personally?
Yes, he does.
I did not know that.
Because he's given away a couple $100,000
Yes, he does.
last few weeks.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did not know. Wow, that's what a deal for ESPN. This
I'm telling
massive segment that gets huge play on social media, and McAfee bankrolls it.
Maybe that was part of the contract going in. They say, okay, we'll give you another $1 million, but this is what you're going to do with it.
Jackson,
Turn it
what
into
is
a show.
what is our question? You just want to talk about how cute Timothy Chalamet was? Is that the point of that?
Not really. I just thought if you guys had some thoughts on that situation.
That's the question?
No, I don't know.
To me, he looked like a kid up there amongst a bunch of experienced college football experts.
Yeah, he's like
they were
my
just
age.
kind of
That's my favorite weekend wrap-up question.
They were just overly encouraging him, overly happy that he seemed to know anything at all about football.
Did he have a tie-in with one of the schools, or was it just the movie?
Here you go. ESPN is under what umbrella? Disney. This Bob Dylan biopic, which I'm very much looking forward to, is under Searchlight Pictures, which is a subsidiary of Disney.
Look at that, Doug. You just got taught a little thing about corporate America.
Right, with his hands, he used graphics.
Yeah, like a
motions,
power play
too.
dance.
It's umbrellas, Searchlight's an umbrella of 20th century, which is an umbrella of Disney.
Jesus, we get it. You want to sleep with Timothy Chalamet. Thanks. That's big tough.
I do not. I do not. I am looking forward to this Bob Dylan movie, though. It's made by James Mangold, who also made Walk the Line.
Mangold.
We were in the hotel room getting ready for the wedding festivities at Little Rock. And your guy came on TV, and my dad asked me, he said, is this the guy that Jackson likes his jawline? I said, that's the one.
No.
I just identified that he has a wonderful
See the
jawline.
reputation you've got now?
I know. I don't think it's deserving. I just like the guy. I think he's a great young actor.
Weekend wrap-up basketball talk. I wanted to catch the YouTube this morning to see if Jackson was able to walk through the door with his moaner, i.e. Mizzou boner this morning, but wasn't able to catch it. One thing Illinois fans, Mizzou fans can align together with, as much as you dislike Kansas, we really dislike Hunter Dickinson. Congrats on a great win. Looking forward to the bragging rights game. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ball Sack.
No,
Yeah, I loved Gabe's point where it was like Peyton Marshall, it was a silly foul, but he just ran over Hunter Dickinson because he's like the one guy on the floor who's bigger, although Josh Gray might be. I really liked that. And I liked Hunter Dickinson trying to hobble around when he got hit, when he clearly traveled, and was like trying to make that as his excuse on why he traveled. It's like, brother.
I noticed when the game started, opening tip goes back to a Kansas guy. Within 3 seconds, he had traveled and turned the ball over. He took at least 3 steps. He gets the jump ball in his hand and just starts walking down the court. And then he's got the dribble underneath his hand. He's like, call the rules, Zebra. Come on.
Oh, Dwayne
Call
Harris.
it both ways.
Yeah, he was getting plenty of booze. Columbia kid. Not bad for him.
Timothy Chalamet is a simp-ass twink. Go up, Jackson. That's from Ray King. He pitched for the Cardinals in 2004 and 2005.
He
said,
pitched,
"Red means
but I don't
go."
know the years, Tim.
It's Moabib. That's come on, brother. That's Paul Atreides.
Doug?
What does that mean?
You guys just don't
yourself
watch.
in the head?
You guys just don't watch Dune, and it's a real shame. It's a real shame.
Don't watch Dune?
Dune Part 2.
No, we don't.
It's Chalamet's big movie this year. He's got 2 big movies this year.
Oh, has he?
Bookending the years. Dune came out in March. Now we're going to A Complete Unknown, the Bob Dylan story, which I'm looking forward to.
I am too.
Yeah,
But
it's a
he's
good Christmas
one
movie.
of the worst singers to ever make it big. Great writer, fantastic. He's got some good songs, but as a singing voice, one of the worst ever.
Very unique. I think some people that's their draw, is that it's so unique and odd in that way. He's not like a prototypical singer.
No.
But he's an incredible songwriter.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
And I liked Chalamet on College Game Day.
But you didn't like the Elvis movie.
Ugh. That movie stunk.
So that's bad on goodorbad.com.
Baz Luhrmann, not for me.
Doug, could you please look into the camera and tweak your supple little nippies? Thanks. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack.
No, I can't. That's one. Is that an email or a text?
It's a text.
Is he trying to win a prize for that one?
I think that was just a personal request,
Okay,
and
no.
you obviously are not going to acquiesce.
No.
Send your emails in. We're giving away Cardinal tickets for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Seth Goldcamp does a wonderful job. Over the years, I would imagine I've received, it's got to be close to 1,000 emails from listeners, DMs, who have done business with Seth. Seth's the longest-running sponsor of TMA. And Doug is a client. Martin is a client. I'm a client as well. If you run into issues with your heating system, especially with the temperatures getting cold once again this week, go to designairservice.com and work with Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling. They're not going to upsell you. It's first class. That's why they have been in business for as long as they have. 4 generations. Seth Goldcamp, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Onder Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com. Hey, Blues fans, enter the Verizon Discover NHL Winter Classic Sweepstakes for your chance to see the St. Louis Blues take on the Chicago Blackhawks New Year's Eve in the Discover NHL Winter Classic at Wrigley Field in Chicago. One winner will receive 4 tickets to the game plus a $3,000 gift card. Hurry to select St. Louis area Verizon locations or go to 101ESPN.com and enter by December 18th. No purchase necessary to enter. Must be legal U.S. resident of Missouri or Illinois, age 18 years or older to enter. Void where prohibited. For official rules and full details, visit 101ESPN.com.
At Goodwill, they believe in creating opportunities and changing lives, and it's all thanks to you. When you shop and donate at Goodwill, your local nonprofit, you're not just finding great deals or clearing out your closet. You're funding vital programs and services that transform lives in our community. From job training to educational support, your generosity fuels Goodwill's mission. So thank you for making a difference and building a brighter future. Goodwill. Give hope, give local, give Goodwill.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
I'm Dr. TJ from the Institute of Natural Health. I'm inviting you to check out our show, Wellness 101, every Sunday at 7 a.m. right here on ESPN. On Wellness 101, we talk about how to optimize your health as well as all things health-related. We discuss how to take control of your health by being your own health advocate, and we offer practical tips for you to become the healthiest you possible. On Wellness 101, we cover topics like optimizing hormones, thyroid health, gut function, cardiovascular health, sexual health and performance, and many more. So join Aaron and me every Sunday for Wellness 101 at 7 a.m. on ESPN.
Martin Kilcoyne here, and it's the holiday gift-giving season, which stresses me out. So I either need a massage or a great gift idea. I can get both with Me Time from Massage Envy right now through December 31st. When you spend $150 on gift cards, you'll get a $40 promo card for free. Keep it for yourself. Get yourself a massage, maybe a facial or a stretch session. Massage Envy, where better begins. The offer is good in location only, not available online. Terms apply. See franchise locations for details. It's Me Time with Massage Envy.
Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, longtime sponsor of TMA, and the place where I go and my family goes to get our cars. Just go online and go shopping at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
Looking for an engagement ring or the perfect gift for your loved one? Stop into your hometown jeweler, Lordo's Diamonds. In business for over 70 years, Lordo's offers better pricing, better selection, a casual atmosphere, and no high-pressure salespeople. Experience the Lordo's Diamonds difference. LordosDiamonds.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
See the area's largest display of Master Spas hot tubs and Michael Phelps swim spas, all made in the USA. Over 30 on display. Call 314-843-7727. They put the in spa.
Take the fast lane home weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. with Anthony Stalter, Jamie Rivers, and Gary Davis on 101 ESPN. 2 former pros and 1 average Joe. The fast lane is driven by Scrap Mart Metals Recycling. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues are off today. Back in action tomorrow night as they take on the Vancouver Canucks. You can catch that right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 8 p.m., puck drop at 9 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Yeah. Doug, you got $100 to put down. Who are you picking to win the college ball playoff? Go.
I'll say Oregon.
Chairman.
I'm going to go Notre Dame.
Wow. Jackson really doesn't like Irish Catholics.
I don't want them to win, but just from a betting
it's
standpoint.
Business.
Yeah.
I know it's business with you.
Just
That's
that bottom side of the bracket is just such an easier path.
Jackson, what do you got?
It pains me to say this.
You're not going to say Notre Dame in a fighting Irish, are you?
No, I am the most interested in that Indiana-Notre Dame matchup.
Friday night on the 20th. Doug, come on over. Friday night's pizza night. We'll get pizza. What do you want? Pizza go-go? Pizza go-go?
Okay.
Go to Biggie's. Right by it.
Can I get sausage on that?
Sure.
Okay.
Doug's coming over. Chairman, you want to come over?
I would love to.
Jackson, if you would have said thank you, you would have been able to come over, but you didn't.
Right. And my constant opposition to Notre Dame all year probably precludes me from coming, which I get. I'm the most interested in it because I'm not sure we know exactly what either of those teams are, you know.
I don't get your thing with Notre Dame.
What do you mean? Well, they played Texas A&M to kick the season off. Got that W. So that was obviously great. And then lost Northern Illinois. Well, you know, what are we doing? That was a big, what's going on? And then they didn't really play like anybody of real significance after that. I'm not saying that I think they're bad or undeserving of being in the playoff. I'm just curious what it's going to look like when they play a team like Indiana. So I would not say that they're if I had to bet, Tennessee.
You think Tennessee's going to win the national championship?
I think Tennessee.
Wow.
Nobody can stop Oregon's offense.
What's the matchup the networks would least want to see?
That's a good question.
Okay.
Boise, Arizona? Boise would definitely be in there for the market size.
Yeah, but it has to be...
Well, yeah, Dallas is a big market.
Right. That's why SMU...
If you can get Boise against Oregon, you can do the David versus Goliath thing.
Right. Yeah, you have an angle.
But it is a rematch. Boise versus Texas.
Yeah, from market standpoint.
Boise versus Ohio State. Then you got that. I mean, if
probably Clemson and Boise State might be the worst.
People like to root against Dabo, though. I think you'd get a decent influx there.
And I had no idea until post-game after that game the other night that God was so on Clemson's side.
Yeah. And very much against SMU.
It was God's will.
Is that right, really?
Very, very much against the religious school.
Yeah.
Wow, I had no idea that was the case. I would love to see, and I think there is some value on Boise State. For the record. And part of that is I think they can beat Penn State or SMU number one. And then secondarily, I don't think the Georgia team that got to where they are is the Georgia team you're going to see. And furthermore, Georgia already had kind of a weird low floor with Carson Beck. You're not going to see Carson. I don't think you're going to see, let me put it this way. I don't think you're going to see Carson Beck play again this year. Oh. So you got a backup quarterback, and hey, maybe he's going to be great. But yeah, I mean, I think the ideal matchup, as far as you want the maximum amount of viewers, Notre Dame versus Texas.
Yeah, that would be such a cool matchup.
That's the one that would get the most viewers because you got the Notre Dame's kind of got the love them or hate them thing.
It'd be prestigious.
And then you got Texas.
Yeah, that would be really good.
If I had to take somebody outside of Oregon on that side of the bracket, that half of the bracket, I would take Texas. And God, like if I'm short in Georgia.
Yeah,
I'm short in Georgia.
I think it's fair.
And I love the fact that I have some Boise State action. Be fun to see. I mean, I'll be pulling for Notre Dame, but it'd be, I guess I will be. I don't know. I can't go wrong, really, with Indiana Notre Dame. How either one of those teams does against Georgia, because they could be really sitting there against what I would have to think is Penn State or Boise State.
Yeah.
But hey, maybe SMU, shoves it right up my backside. 1047 in St. Louis. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Play on ESPN.
Shoots, he scores!
Tomorrow night, Blues and Canucks. Pre-game at 8, puck drop at 9.
The wait is over!
The quest for the Stanley Cup happens here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN.
Swiss Air Heating and Cooling is offering a $2,000 rebate and 12 months no financing. SwissAirSTL.com.
Hard time getting approved? At Dream Nissan Midwest, if you make $250 a week, you are approved. Guaranteed. That's right, guaranteed credit. It gets better. Free lifetime warranty with every new Nissan. Limited time. Brand new Nissan Sentras. Just $49 a week with lifetime warranty. Just $49 a week with a lifetime warranty. Visit DreamNissanMidwest.com today.
Dream Nissan, putting your dreams in your driveway.
Why do the national tax resolution firms need the tiny fine print at the bottom of all their TV ads? Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. You don't hear fast-talking disclaimers in our ads because the claims we make are 100% transparent. The Lance Drury Law Firm primarily focuses on one thing, IRS problems, and we're regulated by the Bar Association, and we have a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. IRS issues are serious legal issues. The Lance Drury Law Firm has helped thousands of clients navigate the best resolution plans, and we tell you up front exactly how much it'll cost. Tax resolution law is all we do. So before you send money to some out-of-town, high-pressure salesperson, give us a call at the Lance Drury Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Call today to schedule your free consultation with me, 314-260-6120, or visit LanceDruryLaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Still rushing to finish your holiday shopping? Don't worry, we've got you covered. This weekend only, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Earrings, bracelets, pendants, and more. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. But don't wait, this is your final opportunity to find the perfect gift at the best value before the holidays. Plus special designer appearances. Visit us during extended holiday hours or shop online and pick up in store. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at DiamondsDirect.com.
In Missouri, farming isn't just a profession, it's a purpose. You can feel it in our 27 million acres of farmland. You can see it in the nearly 41,000 Missourians who work in agriculture. You can hear it at our farmers markets. You can count it in the $93.7 billion it brings our state. And you can taste it at your family's dinner table. A lot of farmers in our state rely on Bayer's tools and inventions because Bayer has a purpose too. To help farmers thrive. Learn more at go.bayer.com/purpose. Paid for by Bayer.
Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, longtime sponsor of TMA, and the place where I go and my family goes to get our cars. Just go online and go shopping at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
Make your picks for for this week's Fastlane Pick'em Challenge at 101ESPN.com. Show off your football knowledge and see if you can top the Fastlane and the dudes from the Rizzuto Show on the point. For this week's top score, it's the Fastlane and the Riz Show throwing down all football season long in the Pick'em Challenge. Enter your picks for this week right now at 101ESPN.com.
Refreshed by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL. Easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy.
Live from the Car Shield Studio, this is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. It's TMA 101 ESPN. We're about to give away some Cardinal tickets, Doug, for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email day. Chairman Kurt, how's the filtering?
Like I said, we've got some long ones. We've got some dirty ones. I gave you the best batch I think I could.
Yeah, this guy I love. I mean, he's the chairman of the committee, and he does a wonderful job. Doug, why don't you tell us about Sound Story? I love that company.
It's the perfect gift idea for the family, Tim. It is called Sound Story. This is the time of year when people start thinking about what to get family members for the holidays. And if you and your family are thinking about what would be best for mom or dad or both, a Sound Story gift card would be something everybody would love. Sound Story has a special holiday discount of 10% off gift cards at mysoundstory.com when you enter the promo code, I'll give it now, TMA. That's your promo code, TMA. Imagine being able to listen to a podcast interview with your mom or your dad or your grandparents anytime. Now that is possible with Sound Story. Sound Story is an hour-long interview with your mom or dad in which they tell their life story, making sure that you and your children will have these memories saved forever. And now, new in the 2024 holiday season, Sound Story offering the option of a video interview to make sure both the stories and the images are preserved. It's a gift you'll never regret giving. It's a gift that everyone in your family will absolutely love. Just go to mysoundstory.com and enter the promo code TMA to get this special of 10% off a holiday gift card for Sound Story. And that promo code is TMA at mysoundstory.com. Sound Story, for you, for them, forever.
There it is. Sound Story gift card for the holidays, 10% off with the promo code TMA. Ladies and gentlemen, time to give away some Cardinal tickets for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Ow! Oh, somebody just got in. There was a late entry. Okay. I like that.
Buck Swope sometimes sneaks in the back door there.
Clip that off. I told my wife I'm going to email in to try to win some Cardinal tickets. She said, don't bother. It's over. It will either be Buck Swope or JV golf coach. I said, over? Was it over when Brady Cook went to the hospital? Hell no. He came back and won the game. Was it over when they told the chairman they weren't going to pay him? Hell no. He still comes in every day and contributes like a champ.
Oh, gosh.
Was it over when Iggy bitched on air about not getting a free T-shirt and Tim told him, shut up, you get a free car? Okay, well, maybe that time it was over. And then I said, woman, nothing is over. I want those damn tickets. Thanks. Great show, boys, and welcome back, Martin. That's from day one listener, July 2004. That's Tom Bernansky's Batwing. Doug, he's Tom Bernansky's Batwing's been listed for 20 years.
Bernansky, good right fielder. Tom Bernansky's Batwing.
And who'd the Cardinals trade him for? Go.
Her?
Yes, nicely done. Minnesota Twins. Good morning. I'm a 101 listener that just started listening to this stupid show. What the hell is this thing? Who is the guy who disappears when the sun comes through the blinds? Why does one host have to leave every day an hour before the show is over? And what's with all the butt talk? A sports show supposed to talk about sports! Mm-hmm. The only bright spot is that the guy who anchors on Channel 4. I've always been a fan of his and look forward to his Music Bowl Mizzou coverage. Music Bowl.
His musical coverage?
Music Bowl Mizzou coverage.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, I haven't been there in 3 years.
I guess I'll keep listening, but I really don't enjoy it. Thanks. That's from Angry Bluesier 4647.
Angry Bluesier 4647. He's new.
Happy Monday, lads. The Tigers upsetting the Chicken Hawks was a great way to cap off a Sunday. I enjoyed with some fans at our local Veta Sports. As our kids ran up and down the turf, we couldn't care less because Dennis Gates and the fellas were dialing up a win for the ages. The only thing that pops my can of biscuits more than beating KU is having a chance to save Christmas for Vinny Jr. and Vito. These two simpletons love them some bobbleheads. Let's face it, everyone is playing for third place against Buck and JV Golf golf coach, and their kids have disowned them long before today. A second career win on Bobblehead Day would not only save Christmas, but quite possibly my third marriage. Cheers, that's my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
Morning, fellas. The holiday season, am I right? A time for self-reflection, hot cocoa, and taking stock of how I spent my time, energy, and most importantly, money this past year. With that spirit in mind, I'd like to share a short story that ends with a question or two. Cool? Cool. So it's May 17th, 2024, Friday like any other. Woke up, showered, cereal, proper wank, helped Nanny with her blood pressure socks, then settle in for TMA to kill a few hours before my mid-afternoon nap. Business as usual. So I thought, that day, Tim, Doug, and Jackson, men I've trusted to guide me on matters as diverse as reverse mortgages, St. Louis's hottest MCC quarterbacks, and sports betting, suddenly turned into full-blown crypto bros. At first I laughed. Digital breakfast currency, good one, but the jokes kept coming and coming. And then there were ads. Oh, so many ads. 8 times a segment, 3 segments a day, 5 days a week. You even infected the TMA All Day app with a PanCoin flash sale alert every time I was trying to enjoy Sinbad in the never-ending loop of Talon from Laguna Beach winning a free hotel room bit. By July, I wasn't laughing anymore. I was buying. I trusted. I listened. I invested. And now here I am in December 2024 with 72 PanCoins worth. Less the sheet of stamps that came in the $5.90 The Fan VIP holiday grab bag last year. I'm left to assume you bought low and inflated the market by convincing an army of stay-at-home dads like me to buy, then dumped at a high strike price to fund your golf trips, smoothie addictions, and Jackson's X-Men hair helmet. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here holding digital pancakes that can't even buy me a bootleg TMA hat that will inevitably get pirated off the Horn of Africa. So here's my question. Can I trade my remaining PanCoins back to you? Maybe for those Mizzou tickets I won in 2021 that Gangster Pete, quote, shipped 2 weeks after the game. Or how about the Missouri River Otters parking passes Plowsy swore were in the mail before his third on-air meltdown? Let me know. I'll be here. Best regards, Tilly Grundlehort, proud TMA listener, former crypto investor, and owner of one digital stack of pancakes.
Tilly Grundlehort.
If Juan Soto's worth $765 million, then Tim McKernan is grossly underpaid by comparison. Soto is only a .285 hitter, but Tim is batting 1,000. Honestly, Hubbard should sign TMA to a 15-year contract. The only problem with that idea is the fact that Doug might retire any day now. Do you remember when Forrest Gump stops running and says, I think I'll go home now? That's what I picture Doug doing sometime soon. Yeah. In the middle of a WWE recap, he'll decide he's heard enough Grey's Anatomy blaring at max volume and simply walk out of the studio mid-segment. If he's smart, Vaughn will call it quits before the TMA Christmas party so some drunk listener doesn't get too handsy while sitting on Santa Doug's lap. Speaking of Santa, do you guys remember the awards party last year when 30 elderly dudes dressed in Santa costumes inexplicably interrupted the trophy presentation to aggressively sing one single song before vanishing into thin air like Martin's daily disappearing act during the 10 o'clock hour? I wonder where those guys are now. Somehow that wasn't even the weirdest part of the evening, because later that night I saw a dude dressed like Cam Newton get straddled by a woman so she could spit in his mouth like Rhonda the Trucker Robin feeding Larry Nickel. Jackson, do not bring your girlfriend around such debauchery. If Thursday's even half as wild as last year, we're in for a real treat. Let's effing go! It's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug. They stormed the court in Como as Mizzou hoops knocked off the top-ranked KU Jayhawks, who aren't so tough outside of Allen Fieldhouse with their WWE-style officiating. The Mets signed Juan Soto to the richest contract in professional sports history, but John Heyman won't be getting a cut, and he can't even believe it. The Missouri Chiefs, who one local engagement farmer recently postulated were more popular in St. Louis than the Cardinals, won again on a last-second field goal that doinked in off the upright. The Blues have been stuck at Edmonton since Thursday night and apparently lost on Saturday, and Libby Jack will tell you about that while mailing in a SportsCenter update. But I think the lead is that friend of the show, Tom Hart, is reporting that Paul Hollander, you suck. Is that a new report? Good to know that Libby Jack would prefer a taller Mizzou basketball coach, blowup Dow. So Kim Anderson's in play, as is Konzo. It really is too bad we didn't get a live stream for Libby Jack's Brentwood apartment during the game yesterday. I can imagine Libby Jack violently pacing while on the verge of reenacting that screaming liberal meme should Mizzou have blown their 24-point lead. The last time we saw a video of Libby Jack jubilantly celebrating a regular season Mizzou hoops Phillips win was the Iowa State win 2 years ago when he was topless. So that's how I imagine Libby Jack toplessly screaming to no one in particular from his 64-square-foot patio before his voice cracked as he screamed, "I can't even believe it!" No. Doug, that's from Buck Swope.
Sure it is.
That's what we have for the design area.
Buck Swope with a nice little
Who gets the
email
Cardinal
this morning.
tickets?
I'm going to vote for Tom Bernansky's Batwing.
I'm going Tom Bernansky as well.
Wow! Tom Bernansky's Batwing wins the Cardinal tickets. What a win. How about that? James Carlton, longtime sponsor of the program, online at carltoninsurance.net. We heard from him in the 9 o'clock hour. He sponsors Gabe DeArmand. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent, and I recommend him to you. You'll see 400 5-star reviews of James Carlton, his team, when you go to Google. It's James Carlton. They do all the paperwork for you when you make the switch. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Time for us to go. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.